Evening. We will call this meeting of the Mayor and Board of Aldermen to order. We'll ask you, if you would, to please stand for our prayer and our pledge. Our prayer is provided this evening by my good friend Tony Fields, who is with us tonight along with very distinguished visitors from the Natchez Adams School District. And we'll explain more about that in a moment. But Mr. Fields, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Bow your head. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever.
Let us now join together in our pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Fields, wow. You know, I almost came that close to asking you to sing tonight, and you delivered on both the prayer and the song. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll ask you now to administer the roll call.
Okay. Alderwoman Hall. Here. Alderman Frazier.
Here.
Alderwoman Smith.
Here.
Alderwoman Irving.
Here.
Alderman Davis.
Here.
Alderman Dillard.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, all are present and accounted for.
All right. Thank you so much. We want to make a brief announcement, and then we're going to call up for a special announcement. But first, we want to ask for prayers for the gentleman who was injured just a short while ago, one of our crossing guards, and he was doing his work right there on Sergeant Prentice, and school was letting out, and an accident occurred. We plead with our motorists to please mind the speed limit and be mindful when you see signs, and to understand, especially with our children in school and the school buses out and about, to be careful. Fortunately, no students were injured, and we understand and have encouraging news about the gentleman's condition. But do keep him in your prayers, and we thank him for his service to our community. Now, speaking of our schools, we have a very exciting announcement. It's not on the agenda, but I'm going to just ask for personal privilege to invite them on up. We have members of our Natchez Adams School District here with an exciting announcement. I know you've already probably heard about it, read it in the paper, but we want you to also hear it from, as they say, the Bulldog's mouth, because the Bulldog Nation is alive and well tonight. I'm going to ask Mr. Butcher, who is the Superintendent of Education, to please come to address the board and to introduce the honored members of our school board and others who are present. And then, Mr. Butcher, however y'all want to share this news.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
do we have to go through the proper channels
No.
in order for him to get on, make a speech?
I don't believe so in this situation.
I think so,
You
Mr.
think we
Mayor.
do?
I think we have to do.
Well, if,
I think we need to
you
go
know,
to-
I have other miscellaneous other business.
Yes, but
And under my miscellaneous other business, I can have individuals come in to address the board in a situation
But I just
like
want to
this.
make
but-
sure it's done properly, because
Well, okay.
if anybody else comes before the board, they had to get permission. So
We'll,
I think we
We'll
do.
make the motion
recognize
then,
you.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
That's all.
you. Alderman Davis has made the motion. Alderwoman Hall has seconded it. Any discussion on the motion? We'll call for the question. Thank you. We'll move into a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Butcher, you're recognized.
Thank you so very much. I want to first of all thank the mayor and each member of the board, the staff for allowing us this opportunity, and also even thank each of you for attending this meeting. And we would like to invite you to some of our school board meetings as well. 6.5 years ago, Ms. McDonald and I came to the Natchez School District as employees. I often tell the joke that she often says
Excuse
that.
me, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Butcher, can you take the mask off so it can be recorded? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, we came to the Natchez Adams School District 6 years ago as a team, and I often tell the joke, Ms. McDonald was not my first choice as assistant superintendent, but she let me know all the time that she was my best choice. and I agree with that. So I want to ask Ms. McDonald and Mr. Fields to come up, because Mr. Fields is our PR person, and all the hard questions always go to him. But we came 6.5 years ago, and that time the school district had 2 consecutive years whereby they received an F grade. And all of you who follow education knows that when you receive the 3rd F grade of an F, the state comes in and take over and put you on what they call a censorship or whatever the case is. And if you follow the state close enough, most of the time, even when the state do that, the school system is in a worse condition when they leave than they did when they came in. We have struggled with the Natchez Adams School District for the last 6 years. We struggled because of the fact that we felt like we needed to upgrade our facilities in order to attract more and better younger teachers. We also wanted to provide the best possible surroundings for our students, because we were in a school, in a high school area that had been around for about 50 some years. The school system has now had a building program in over 50 years. So we thought that these were just pieces to the puzzle. And those of you who work in different areas, sometimes you can't put the whole puzzle together at one time. You have to piecemeal it, as my mother used to say back in the olden days. Our number one goal was to make sure that we changed the academic setting of our Natchez Adams School District, whereby we could climb out of the dungeons, there, so to speak, and become among the elite academic schools in the state. When we first came on board, we just thought we could do it in 2 years. That was just a pipe dream. You know, we came real close in a number of times to make the move to a C, 1 point here, 2 point here, there, whatever the case was. But at any rate, as God would have it, He does everything in His time, on His time, in His way. And the only thing we have to do is to have the patience, is to wait for that, okay? We'll let Ms. McDonald talk about briefly, just a few seconds. We don't want to hold up your meeting about the academic success as of right now.
Good evening to Mayor Gibson and members of the Board of Aldermen. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today. It is an awesome day to be a Bulldog. An awesome day to be a Bulldog. It's not only an awesome day to be a Bulldog, but it's also an awesome day to be a resident of Adams County and a resident of Natchez, Mississippi, because the success of the schools in Natchez Adams School District also lends to the success of our community and our county wide. And so we're just elated to be able to present this just marvelous news to our community on today. When we received the news a few weeks ago, I think all of us were awestruck. And I think all of us were overcome with emotions, because we know that it has been a long, long journey. But at the end of the day, our goal is to serve the students of our community. At the end of the day, the success and the future of our community lies in the hands of those young people that we teach and that we touch every day. We understand that in our community that we have students who come from high need situations. And that oftentimes students that come from high need situations are often counted out. And there are people who say that what can't be done. But I think all of us are a testament of what can be done when everybody has one single focus and one goal, and that's to serve the children of our community. So we applaud you all for your efforts and your partnership with the Natchez Adams School District. And so the great news for today, of the schools that we have, we can say that we have no schools that are labeled as failing or low performing schools. We'll start with Susie B. West Elementary that serves students in grades K through 5. Susie B. West School is a C school. Help me out. Robert Lewis Magnet School that serves grades 6 through 8 is a C school. Morgantown Middle School that serves grades 6 through 8, C school. As we said on this morning, it gets better. Joseph Frazier, that when we came into the district was an F school, that was a failing school. Joseph Frazier School, elementary school, is a B school. And the news just keeps getting better. McLaurin Elementary, which has been one of our better performing, higher performing elementary schools that has for years now has tracked in a B range, is a solid A school. It is a high performing school. And as we said, get ready for the best news that we have. Natchez Adams School District, the students of Adams County, the students of Natchez Middle School have earned Natchez Adams School District the rating of a B school district.
I'm going to stand up for that.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board, like Ms. McDonald said, and if you get my robocalls, it's great to be a Bulldog. And it's been an awesome day. And I do want to acknowledge our board members. We thank them for everything that they do for us and making sure that we have everything that we need so students can be successful. Mr. Amos James is the president in his absence. I do want to acknowledge Mr. LaWanna Grinnell Ware. Dr. Diane Bunch. And no stranger to this chamber, Mr. Philip West. So at this time, I know we're giving out a lot of applause, but we need to give a round of applause to our students who showed up and showed out. And the people that's in the trenches every day, who no matter how many raises you give them, they are still underpaid, no matter how you look at it. And what they have to deal with on a daily basis is from, preparation to just the day-to-day grind. Y'all give our teachers a round of applause. Thank you.
If you'll come to the microphone.
It's one thing, I'm a Southerner. One thing I learned about the Larkin Knights, they have a strong bond.
Oh, yeah.
But again, we want to just thank you for inviting us at the last minute. And we hope to be in our new school. We are praying and fussing and arguing and doing a few other things I can't say. We're trying to be in our new facilities at the end of November, hopefully. And we plan to have an open house for both the remodeling school and the new school. So just keep praying that the weather stays good and we can find materials so we can make that transition. So after the Christmas holidays, we'll have a smooth transition. And finally, you know, we'll have a B school rating for our district. And we'll also have new facilities for our students to further their education. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to say, Mr. Butcher, and to all of you on behalf of the city, it's an amazing accomplishment. And as I understand it is the best rating that the Natchez Adams School District has had since accountability ratings began. And that covers many, many, many years. And it is amazing also when you consider that now we can boast exceptional schools and we have the ratings to prove it. And we will soon be cutting the ribbon on the finest, most state-of-the-art high school in Mississippi. Yeah, the Natchez renewal is moving right along. Nothing is stopping this train. As Ms. McDonald, I still remember where is I'm looking for Zan. Zan, I'll never forget it. The groundbreaking of the high school. You said it, and others said it. Nothing could stop this train. The Natchez renewal is happening, and look at the renewal happening in our schools. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Butcher, board members. Thank you. Yes, Alderman
Mayor,
Frazier.
I would like to thank all of you educators for being on point. And as the mayor stated, it's an honor and a pleasure what you're doing for the community and the kids that's in this community, which is very much needed. And I know there's a lot of good teachers at that school over there. Now, and what I just want to say, Mr. Fields, Ms. McDonald, and the rest of the board, congratulations on the excellent job you're doing. Now, my only other complaint is, why did you call me this morning to come to the meeting? Now, that's what I'm competing. Okay, so thank you very much. I'd like to say, on behalf of the board and the citizens, congratulations.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you. Yes, Alderwoman Irving.
I would just like to say thank you all for a great job that you all done, but consistency is the key. You've been persistent the entire time. And so these are the end results. So a
Yes,
big
indeed.
thank you to absolutely everyone.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments? We just are so excited. And let the naysayers just go away. New businesses are coming to Natchez even now. Just wait. They're going to be lined up hearing this news.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderwoman.
as I stated this morning, this is a tremendous feat that the school district has accomplished over these last 6 years. And complacency does not have a place in this. Students cannot become complacent, nor can the teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals. Just keep striving ahead. More success will come. Well deserved.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Board members, thank you. Any of you want to share anything further? Mayor West, I know you got to. Come on.
No, I just say it's good to be here, and we work very hard as cross. We have these 45 hours, 4 times a month sometimes for the last several years, as a matter of fact. But we worked hard and we worked as a team. Sometimes we don't each other, but we still come out on the best end. Because good ideas and distribution from time to time need to occur in order to make progress.
Absolutely.
We appreciate the fact that you invited us here today. And I don't know that everybody will make a speech. And so I said, they never flew out again. So that's all right. I'm just joking about that. But, I went on the board 7 years ago. And Mr. Butcher, but I helped bring Mr. Butcher on. But I just want to know this, that if a lot of times you have to have good leadership in order to make things happen. And so every one of you get the chance to lead for the last a number of years, I think 5 or 6, I used to number those numbers, 7 or 8 years, and that kind of thing. You cannot have the kind of stability you need to have and the kind of progress you need to have with such instability. So I think we want to appreciate again our leader, Mr. Butcher, and at the same time, we want to say that it's been a pleasure working with all the appointees that you put on the board. And the last one, Ms. Renee, she's been in there a year, she gets all the credit for everything. But she's very good. And of course, we have our county appointed Dr. Diane Bunch, who has been a very committed person, always talking about education, from all points, whatever the case may be. And we have a good mix of people. We have Dr. Brenda Robinson, who also works at Aldermen State University. And at the same time, we have 2 constant people on the board to slow them down. There's me and Brother James. And he serves as the chair. And again, I'm going to say this, and I always say this whenever I get up to say something. We've been blessed. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Amos James is in a wheelchair, and the reason he's not here today because he has another position at the same time. But he is in a wheelchair, and he spends more time working with and communicating with our superintendent and the teachers and other administrators throughout our district, working with kids and so forth and so on. And he's a veteran. That's why he's in that wheelchair. But I think it's tremendous to see him in that kind of situation, be as dedicated as he is. And I often tell him, I say, if I was in a wheelchair, ain't no way it works. And I know you say so much. And I told him in the morning that if you can 3 or 4 more years, you can fall. Just like thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate you. Well, it truly is a time for celebration. It is. Thank you. And God is so good to Natchez. Thank you. We will now move on to our meeting agenda. We are going to move a few individuals up just in the interest of time and consideration. The first being Jamie Holloway with Government Consultants under Other City Business. Mr. Holloway has good news for us.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening to you all. Today was the day we accepted bids for the 2 different issues. I think we're going to start with the 2.1 million capital improvements project. We received 1 bid from Home Bank on that at a rate of 4.3%. It is my recommendation that you accept it. I can answer any questions you have about that.
We'll entertain a motion at this time.
Second.
Motion made by Alderwoman Hall, seconded by Alderman Davis. Discussion on the motion. We'll call for the question.
Call.
Second.
We'll proceed to a vote. We will have to do this, I'm sorry, as roll call. Alderwoman Hall.
Aye.
Alderman Frazier.
Aye.
Alderwoman Smith.
Aye.
Alderwoman Irving.
Aye.
Alderman Davis.
Aye.
Alderman Dillard.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next item, Mr. Holloway.
The next one is the $6 million road and bridge project. We received 3 bids on that. The highest was 5.13, followed by 4.39, and the winning bid was 4.13 from Cruz and Associates.
It's wonderful.
The
What is the pleasure of the board? Motion has been made by
Second.
Alderwoman Smith, seconded by Alderman Davis. Discussion on the motion. We'll call for the question.
Call.
We'll
Second.
proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Oh, I know. Alderwoman Hall,
Aye.
Alderman Frazier,
Aye.
Alderwoman Smith,
Aye.
Alderwoman Irving,
Aye.
Alderman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Dillard.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Great. And just to add, the capital improvements, we're going to close it on the 18th of this month. And the road and bridge, we're going to close that issue on the 3rd of November. So very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
A lot's happening, Mr. Holloway. Thank you. And we did beat the interest rate hikes. We're doing well.
That's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we're going to bring up, just in the interest of time, we do this because we don't want them to sit here all night. We're going to ask Ms. Shirley Brown, who is with Health Benefit Well, Miss Shirley Brown is actually with the, I was going to get it out there, and she's here to discuss the health benefit of a smoke-free air ordinance. This is something the city has considered before, and it is a measure that at a prior meeting, the city has either tabled or taken under advisement. So we have put this under city business to allow for between 5 and 10 minutes of discussion. And so, Ms. Brown, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Matt Gibson and City Council for allowing us this opportunity once again. Again, we're here to say that there's no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. And in your packets that are in those little nice folders that's on your desk, I know some of the information that you've already seen before. So we have some of the demographics for Natchez, and actually, Black and African Americans are 62.91% of the population of Adams County, and we are the ones who are exposed to more secondhand smoke exposure. You have the stats on African Americans and tobacco. You have in your packet the technical assistance grant, and this particular grant provides technical assistance to local and county governments to who are interested in smoke-free ordinances. You can use this money in order to assist you in your advertisement and whatever you want to do, and that's $5,000. And if you approve that grant, you're eligible for a $100,000 grant from Blue Cross Blue Shield. I think somebody may have run the Shirley may have called you and
We talked earlier today.
and talk to you about that. So that means that you got $100,000 out there in grant monies, and you also have $5,000 out there in grant monies as well.
And those are not matching. They don't require matching funds.
No, they do not require matching. Let's see what else you have in here. And you have the map of the communities in Mississippi that are smoke-free. It has increased from the last time I was here from 174 to 178. And we see that Natchez is missing on here. And we would like to boost Natchez, and let Natchez be the first municipality in the state of Mississippi with a casino to adopt a smoke-free ordinance. And we have visited the casino again today, and the employees are just elated that they are working in a smoke-free zone. And you have information on secondhand smoke. I'm not going to go over that. You guys can read this at your leisure. We have information on third-hand smoke. That's smoke that's on your clothes and your hair, and that's all in those places once you visit smoke-free facilities. And you have information on tribal casinos who have gone smoke-free and they have lost no revenue. And you have also information on cigar lounges and how dangerous they are as well. So you guys can read all the information at your leisure. But I have with me today an individual who has worked in a casino, and she's going to tell you about her experience. And I also have with me today Anjul Smith, who's a Southern State strategist, and she's with the Americans for Non-Smokers' Right Foundation, and she came all the way from Florida to be here with me today. She's an expert on this ordinance, and any question that you all may have, she can answer them for you. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sandra Satcher, and I'm here with the Mississippi Coalition of Tobacco. Ms. Brown has asked me to speak on specifically secondhand smoke. It's very detrimental to our city, to our bodies, and coming from a place working in a casino. It's been years back, but working in a casino, I find myself with bronchial asthma, and I haven't been able to get rid of it since, and it's been over 25 years. So it is very detrimental, secondhand smoke, and especially for places like casinos, we're closed into them. I know some of you may have had the problem of having your clothes smelling like smoke, your hair smelling like smoke. Can you imagine that getting into your system? and you're not even a smoker. But yes, I am a product of secondhand smoke, and I received bronchial asthma from it, and I still have it today. So it is very detrimental to our bodies and to our communities. So I do implore you to try to do what we can here to get our casinos and any other businesses to cut the smoking. Have it outside or not at all. We want smoke-free environments. And thank you for hearing from me.
Thank you, Ms. Thatcher. Good to see you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and honorable commissioners. I'm Anjul Smith. I'm the Southern State Strategist with Americans for Non-Smokers' Rights. We are a national nonprofit organization focusing on smoke-free policies across the country, and I've had the pleasure to work with a number of communities throughout the South, including Mississippi, and a number of those communities, as you mentioned, particularly in Louisiana and across the country, that do include all workplaces, restaurants, bars, and casinos in their smoke-free policies. I thank you for the opportunity to talk about this important and timely issue that we know is already on your radar. So I'll be brief. Air quote brief, right? Now, Natchez may be the oldest city on the Mississippi, but it also has the brightest future. Natchez is a walkable, vibrant, and beautiful historic city where preservation and progress go hand in hand. Today's Natchez is affordable, livable, and especially attractive to those with the entrepreneurial spirit. You enjoy your reputation as a friendly, welcoming town that offers inclusion and community, where y'all means all. Now, in full transparency, I will tell you that this was taken from your own Visit Natchez website. And these are the words and sentiments that you put forth to anyone interested in living, working, or visiting your amazing city. And as you know, Natchez is home to nearly 15,000 residents, and you welcome hundreds of thousands of tourists every year. Here, as you have said, preservation and progress go hand in hand. But some things stand in the way of progress, and preserving a tradition of allowing our fellow citizens to be exposed to secondhand smoke in workplaces and public places is not in the spirit of that progress. By passing a comprehensive smoke-free ordinance, you have the opportunity to guarantee that everyone can live, work, and visit this beautiful city without interference from secondhand smoke in indoor spaces. By doing so, you will join more than 1,100 cities across the nation, 178 of those here in Mississippi, that have modernized their smoke-free policies to meet growing expectations for smoke-free environments and address new and emerging products gaining social acceptance, including vape, hookah, and even marijuana. And while many local establishments have already led the way to protect their customers and employees, a comprehensive smoke-free ordinance will establish some consistency in the marketplace that will allow each business and workplace to operate in a fair and equitable environment. And for citizens and visitors, there will be certainty as they move about in the community. They won't need to spend valuable time researching whether or not certain places protect their right to a smoke-free environment. They won't show up to the door of a restaurant or a bar only to find out that it's filled with secondhand smoke. Why should that burden be placed on and shouldered by each and every citizen each and every day? Most citizens and businesses and business owners appreciate parity and certainty in the marketplace. And to be clear, a comprehensive smoke-free ordinance will not ban smoking or smokers. Anyone who wishes to light up will still have the freedom to step outside and smoke in ways that do not harm other people. Smoke-free cities are thriving throughout the South, and we hope you will consider joining others with a strong, comprehensive smoke-free policy as you continue your commitment to Natchez renewal. The longer you wait, the more challenging it will be to deal with this issue, and we look forward to working with you, and we're available to answer any questions and offer any guidance as you work through this process. So we hope to have the opportunity to spend some time with you guys, to meet with you, and to hopefully see an ordinance move forward soon. And we, are here to answer any questions for you guys. So I thank you guys for the opportunity. And just so you know, I know you've heard from us before. Until you guys move a policy, we will keep coming back and we will keep talking about it and we will keep letting you know how this is happening across the country and hopefully you guys will join those ranks. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very good. Very good. At this time, I will open for any questions or comments. We are letting this serve as a presentation. We aren't asking for a motion at this time, but obviously the list is growing of cities who are signing up to be smoke-free, and it is something that our city needs to continue to consider. Are there any questions or comments at this time?
I have comments.
Yes, Alderwoman Irving.
I just want to say that was truly a great presentation that you shared with us. Great information, Ms. Brown and Satcher. Great presentations, and it does make you think. Think about life, members of our community. But that, in my opinion, it's just my opinion. I think that's something the overall board needs to have a discussion on. Because I've gotten calls, and every time it come to me, I get calls of opposition. So again, I think that's where I'm at. I know that's where I'm at. But thank you for presenting the information.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to compliment our businesses locally that are there. I mean, pretty much everyone I know is smoke-free. Hadn't been anywhere that isn't. So in our casino, the places you wouldn't expect, the saloon under the hill, I mean, those places are smoke-free. So I'm very grateful to our businesses for being forward-thinking for us. So we don't have to do that if we don't want to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Yeah, thank you for that. We found that we get those emails and calls from casino workers and others that, are asking for help and that are in those establishments and suffer that. And we feel an obligation to do all with the fire in our belly is large. And then we also know that so many businesses, while they do sort of lead the way and make those decisions across the board, they want parity and they want consistency and they want a city to make something that's consistent across the board and that they don't mind those policies. And so even though many businesses are making that, but we can't wait for everybody to do that either. And so parity and consistency in the marketplace is sort of the way of life, right? And so, yeah, we would hope that you guys would consider that as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alderman Frazier.
Ladies, I really appreciate that you're coming up and presenting this ordinance. And you really have an uphill fight on your hand, simply because of the reason. This might sound far-fetched, as things are going now, the way the country going, the nation going, is that everyone now is into this marijuana thing now. So we have something on the agenda dealing with marijuana and zones and stuff. So this is all coming together and hand in hand is one big uphill fight that you ladies gonna have to battle.
They do, and we know that when there's not a policy, like those things encroach on those places, and without a policy, any place could turn around tomorrow and allow smoking, whether it's vape, hookah, or marijuana. And we know that marijuana is sort of a gateway to other things as well. And it sort of begs the question, what kind of city do you want to be? And what kind of policies do you want in the image that you want to present? And I know that you have other issues addressing that. And that still is very different than protecting smoke-free environments and protecting the workers and visitors and residents that are in those spaces. And so we appreciate all the conversation around that.
Yes, ma'am.
I know.
Just letting,
Boy, it gives me
everyone know
heartburn,
that it's not just cigarettes now.
Yeah.
It's the other cigarettes.
And it's the ambiguity of not having a policy that allows that to persist and happen in those places. So if you don't know what to expect, if you don't have a consistent policy, there's nothing really in place to sort of be on top of that. For what that's worth.
All right. We're about out of time, but we really do appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
I want to say this in closing. It's important to note that there was a time when everyone thought the world would end when we started passing rules that you couldn't smoke in restaurants. And I remember as a child going to restaurants and having to go out in the parking lot because I just got overcome by the smoke and could no longer even see through the red eyes. there are many people in our community who are hypersensitive to smoke. And I think it is incumbent upon us to consider public policy that does create protections. We got through it and the world didn't end. And now we can all go to restaurants and not choke to death while we're eating our food. That's a good thing. But the other thing I want to also point out is that there is a rising cost into the billions of dollars that our country, we as taxpayers, are having to pay because of the increased expense of treating cancer and also hypertension. And these are conditions brought about, we know 100% without a doubt, by tobacco use. There wouldn't be a Surgeon's General warning if that wasn't true. And it is costing America billions of dollars. But in addition to that, it is costing countless families whose loved ones are dying. And so thank you for bringing this very important public policy information to us. Thank you. And God bless you. Ms. Tawana Williams is not here. I just want to get that out of the way, but we have provided some updates and we'll have more to come. But I want to remind everyone while we are considering workforce development, that tomorrow is a very important day. We will have Accelerate Mississippi visiting Natchez. That is the governor's office on workforce development. And they have established a very close working relationship already with our Office of Workforce Development. They will be here and we will be visiting the Steckler building and looking forward to partnerships there. So much has been done. I'm sorry that Ms. Williams could not be here tonight, but we are going to reschedule her. We had a very good meeting just the other day where she provided updates to the city, the county, and the school board representatives. And a lot of good things are underway. We will also recognize a couple others rather than having them sit here all night. Miss Hilda Bennett is here. Miss Bennett is here to address an issue that is occurring regarding a property that her mother resides in, located at 108 High Street. I'll preface this. This is under our visitors section. Comments are limited to 5 minutes. Ms. Bennett and I have had a conversation. I know she has also had a conversation with her alderwoman, Valencia Hall. And I believe we will be meeting tomorrow in more detail. Is that right, Ms. Bennett? Mm-hmm. But we are honored to have you with us, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Ms. Bennett, we recognize you for 5 minutes.
Can I?
Yes, ma'am. Certainly.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for having me and giving me this time. My name is Hilda Bennett, and I'm representing the Bennett family who has lived at 108 High Street over 65 years as homeowners. My complaint here this evening concerns the weekend activity at Smoots and the special event that puts my mother, caregivers, and the family in harm's way. My mother will be 92 years old tomorrow. She has 2 hip implants, heart condition, and other health issues. I have asked our aldermen, friends, and relatives to assist in working with Smoots operators during these events. All efforts have resulted in failure. During the events, High Street is blocked on Canal and Broadway. Gates are put up. Tents are bolted down in front and alongside our steps. Receiving tables outside closely beyond the walkways of our home. Our driveway is blocked back and forth. Passage and parking near the home is allowed squeezable room for us to walk and for us to park. The senior bus has to let my mother off at the corner of Canal. Caregivers have to assist her in walking to her home. Family members, caregivers, myself, we all have to open the gate and close the gate and open the gate to get in and out of our home. I recently placed signs out there to gain some sort of respect. Those signs, some of them have been pulled up off the property and thrown away. The music at Smoot is played intentionally loud on the weekends to attempt to tremble our walls and shatter our windows. The parking overpowering to damage our vehicles if possible. The solution that I am asking to be considered, stop blocking a street that has a resident living on it. Tents should not be bolted down in front of our houses. Our tables should not be placed outside the walkway where we can walk. We should not be trapped inside our own street, confined to our own home during unbearable traffic. This is a violation of the quality of life, the safety, and the well-being to the citizens of Natchez living on that street, my family. A violation of the ADA Act for seniors, my mother. We should maintain our driveway in the area that we have faithfully kept up without any problems for over 65 years and counting. Our property should not be used as a garbage every weekend, and we should not be treated as such. Play the music down there to accommodate the customers like Smoots did. But remember, we are in the city limits, and the neighbors next door should be acknowledged and should be respected. In closing, I would just like to say that we are not going to go anywhere anytime soon. We will be there until we decide to sell. And me, myself, I will much rather recommend my attorney to find me somebody in Egypt, Jerusalem, or maybe some Indians to acquire that property before I let anybody in the city of Natchez have anything to do with it, for allowing this business to treat us like this, because we are the only Black family living in the entire community. Thank you.
Ms. Bennett, thank you very much. We will look forward to meeting with you further tomorrow. And we will take your comments under consideration, most definitely.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Alderwoman Irving.
Didn't know any of that was going on. And I do apologize, I honestly apologize. Had no idea that family were having those kinds of situations going on at any point in time. I know how heavy the traffic is in that area often. And so I just want to apologize in advance that you're having to tolerate that kind of behavior.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor.
Yes, Alderwoman.
Ms. Bennett has come to us before in good faith with this issue, and we will continue to work with you to get it resolved. You've come numerous times with your concerns to me and to some of your other friends, and we've talked with Stratton and some others, and we will continue to work with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything further? And I also want to wish a happy birthday to your mother tomorrow. 92 years old. That's wonderful.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alderman Frazier.
As you say, Ms. Bennett is 90-some years old. And as her daughter stated, she's been there for over 60-some years. Matter of fact, she was there when I was a kid, when Smoot was open long ago. And as she said, and I think that she deserved the respect that she's supposed to get. And I think that the business community, whoever, I think, and tomorrow or whenever, I don't know, she gonna meet with you or whoever she gonna meet with, you'll need to get together and try to work out a solution that's gonna benefit everyone. As she said, and I'm gonna say this, the city is not in the business of trying to run somebody out their house. That's not our job. But this Miss Bennett, like I say, she's been there. That's her house long before, like I say, some of us in this room was born. But like I say, I want the mayor and this board and also the other people down there in the community, Ms. Stratton and y'all run that place down there, to work with Ms. Bennett. Because like I say, we don't need this kind of publicity in Natchez about the blocking the streets and everything. Because like I say, her mother need to get to her house. I done heard some things about they dropping her off at High Street. Miss Bennett can't even walk. She can't walk. Why she got to be dropped off on Canal Street to walk down her house on High Street? That's unheard of. Like I said, we got to respect her. We got to respect her. The city got to respect her. The people on the building got to respect her. We got to respect her. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. She deserved what she gonna get as a citizen of Natchez for 90-some years. So she deserved it. That's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman Frazier. Our next visitor is Ms. Deborah Cozy. And Ms. Cozy, we are glad to see you tonight. We also have Greg on the agenda, but I don't see Greg. All right. Well, it's a pleasure to see you, Ms. Cozy.
Thank you.
And you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Wow. All of this has just really been tough back, but I'm Debbie Cozy, and I just like to start by saying, and quickly, I won't take up any of your time really. What I'd like to say is that I agree with you, Ms. Bennett, there you are. We don't need another unstable neighborhood in this city. I understand that there will always be neighborhood issues, crime and security, noise, nuisance problems, planning permission, but we have to be good managers. A good manager doesn't sweep things under the rug. I've been a manager now for some 65 years. I have 3 older brothers. You understand? Yeah, I'm a good manager. I don't sweep things under the rug. It's why I'm here. It's why I've contacted you all. I've been where you are, Ms. Bennett. I've been complaining about some things. Alderman Frazier, I've been calling him. I call him probably once a week.
That's all right. Keep out.
Again, we have to find solutions quickly. Problem solving is key. When we allow our neighborhoods to become disorganized, this leads to crime and poverty even. Last week, we had a trash problem out on Gayosa, and it was very disturbing. And a lot of it came because we have there's a dog. We have a dog. She has been just running around the neighborhood and just tearing garbage, and it's deplorable actually. And I'm sure a lot of you've heard and you've seen and my wonderful husband, Gregory Cozy. He travels from one end of Gayosa and sometimes up Kelly, and he picks up the garbage. He picks it up. He doesn't ask anyone to help him. He does it every single day practically. He does it. He keeps it clean out there. It was very disturbing. I've been complaining for years, and finally last week, I was given trash bags and pickers. Of course, I asked for them to help us. This was all in an effort to help us. I called the sanitation department or public works. I had a wonderful conversation, and it was so bad I was in tears. It was a bit much for me last week, but they did bring us trash bags and they brought us pickers. And my husband told me before I left that I shouldn't say this evening, but I'm going to say it because I'm a good manager. And I say what I need to say and how I want to say it. I might get in trouble. I'm making good trouble probably. I even think Alderman Frazier has said some things that I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it because it's not their job. I know, but I do. That's not our job to pick up the paper. Well, it is, it is. It's not our paper though. And that's what a lot of the neighbors will say. I didn't put it down there. It's like your kid. I didn't do it. Hey, we live at 301 Gayosa. We don't live down where the streets cross at MLK. And that's not where we live, but we pick it up. We put it on the hoods of our cars and bring it back all the way back to our house and put it in the garbage can. That's what we do. We wear our gloves, man. We do it. We get it done. So when you go down and we're picking up and we see all the trash along that's Armstrong Tire and Rubber, there's always garbage there around that perimeter. We get that. And then you see the guards, the security people inside, and they're sitting there. Now, I've had many jobs. I've been in hospitality all of my life. I'm a Holiday Inn baby, 13 working, and my parents educated me, and I've managed a lot of hotels all over this globe.
Cozy, we are at 5 minutes.
Have I done 5 minutes?
Can
Okay,
you believe
okay.
that?
No, I can't, but I would, Mayor, can I
We'll give you a
please
minute.
just allow me to say
Of
this
course.
thing, huh?
Yes.
If the guards, could you add just possibly maybe one duty for those people who are sitting in that thing? Maybe they just walk outside of the thing and pick up the garbage just along their perimeter. It's like their house it's just right outside. You've had jobs where you had to step outside and just do a little something else. I mean, it's just horrible. But anyway, and then there's the old-fashioned policing that's not happening. We don't get any help out on Gayos unless we call them. I have an 88-year-old neighbor who told me that she knows that from one day, the loud music out there, the amplified music from the motor vehicles is going to kill her. It's startling for her. You know, citations should be written, I think, even if they aren't for that type of music. It's just deplorable. And thank you.
Ms. Cozy, we would be happy to visit with you where we have more than 5 minutes.
That's great.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's get that appointment on the books.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alderman Frazier.
Let me just say this. Ms. Cozy have did a wonderful job out there in remodeling her house and putting it on the historical register and everything. And she spent a lot of money. And that place up there is one of the well-kept places in Natchez. And I understand her concern about keeping it clean out there. And also, I think it's becoming to the peoples in that community and to pick up paper. We've got to educate the people about keeping their own neighborhood clean. Yeah. It just falls on everybody. And that's the paper issue. Like I say, people just come out and see people throw. Matter of fact, I've been behind somebody throwing paper out the car, and I blow them down and say, hey, man, pick it up or either I'm going to file charges on it. So they go back and pick it up. And now here's another thing that we've been having problems with. She's been calling me about stray dogs. That's what the biggest concern. We have stray dogs all throughout this community, not in just in her neighborhood, all over, that is going through trash and tearing up trash. So that's our biggest issue too. We got 2 dogs over there, one black, one white. They're just terrorizing the whole area over there. And she's concerned about it. She's been calling about it. But that's something that the city, we're trying to, and I explained to Ms. Coles, we're trying to take care of that problem, not dealing with stray dogs and stuff. And we're trying to do something about that. But that's a citywide issue that is being addressed. So, Ms. Coles, any complaints that you have, like I say, feel free to bring them to me or bring them to the board. But we're going to work diligently because, like I say, I think that Concord Quarters is one of the best kept places in the city of Natchez, and it should be visited more often. Ladies and gentlemen, I was up there this week, and she had a very good event up there. It was a very nice place, and I understand her frustration and her pain and feeling. You don't spend that kind of money. You don't want your place to look like no trash when people's coming up there. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for letting me express that comment about Ms. Cozy.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman Frazier. And thank you, Ms. Cozy. I'm very glad that you brought this to our attention. And we will be reaching out to you to have a visit.
Thank you.
Most definitely.
Mr. Mayor.
We applaud all that you've done there. Yes, Alderwoman Irving.
I just wanted to ask if we possibly contact our animal control to see whether or not he can patrol the area. Add him to the list. I see in other locations he's out. So that may be something you want to consider as well, because I do see all the trash and more. So.
And actually, under my updates, I will provide an update regarding animal control issues. As you know, I raised this issue just 2 weeks ago. It got a lot of attention, and we did have a meeting at the Humane Society at the shelter just last week had a very good meeting, and we have some solutions in mind. At the moment, sadly, let me just tell you, we have a lot of people, unfortunately, who don't have regard for their animals, and a lot of animals that are not cared for, and sadly, that are not fixed. We do now have a law that requires that you would fix your animals, neuter them, spay them, but they're not doing it. And it's really a shame, and it's a problem all across our country, we're told. There literally is no space for them any longer at the shelter, and it is a no-kill shelter, and people aren't standing in line to adopt them. So we're going to have to address increasing the capacity at that shelter in some way, where our animal control officer will have a place to take an animal, because it's really sad to know that there is no place for them. But also, we have a lot of people in the community, they don't have regard for the animals. They also don't have regard for trash. And we are not getting the prisoners we used to get. We're trying to get more. We are down on our count in public works crew members, trying to get more. We've increased the salaries. We're advertising. We need more help. And yes, I put trash in the back of my car all the time. Keep that hand sanitizer handy. But it would be so good if people would just simply start picking up, cleaning up, and having regard for others. It all boils down to the golden rule, and that is treat others as you would like to be treated.
Mr. Mayor.
All right. Yes, Alderman Dillard.
I agree with everything you said, but I think in both cases, you're picking it up. But let's find out who's throwing it down.
Mm-hmm.
The city of Natchez has an ordinance here, and I think you increased it to $1,000 per violation.
Well, 1,000 at our parks, 500
And we've got to
in
try
other
to do
areas.
something to enforce it. That's the thing
And
about
we've got
it is you can make all kinds of ordinances,
That's right.
but if you can't enforce them, they're meaningless. So we're going to have to start enforcing those.
And keeping
And as
our
far as your
police-
pets and animals, we're going to have to do something with the spayed and neutered. We're going to have to put a bounty on people that are not spayed and neutering their animals. They need to know that they are the driving factor for the inhumane treatment of the animals in Adams County. These animals, millions of years ago, man made an agreement with the dog that if you'd be my friend, I won't eat you. And then all of a sudden we get down to this point, they're domesticated and we're supposed to take care of them. And they treat them like they're worthless, like there's some low-grade security apparatus they chain to a tree and put a barrel out there for that animal to live. Well, of course it's vicious. If anyone else was done in those situations, you'd be the same. I say we get with our vets and put it out there in every vet's office and everywhere we can, that we will start hunting down these violators of those that are not spayed and neutered. And it'll be 3 times the cost. So you can either get your animal spayed or neutered, or you'll pay the price of it. That's the only way you're going to stop this. Building more shelters is just giving them more room to fill them up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Dillard. Alderwoman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to ask with the police department, if we could, when they're out and just if they could try to get some of those fines. Once the word gets out, you're going to get that $500 or $1,000 fine. I think we're going to see some people changing. So those tickets could be written whenever y'all see it. And y'all probably hate me. I know there's many things y'all have to take care of, but we did raise those fines for a reason. So I'm hoping to see that. But the other thing is, when you live inside the city limits, you're paying city taxes and county taxes. And part of that's code enforcement. And we're trying to hire somebody full-time for that, because when Ms. Cozy said it perfectly, when your neighbors, your homes are kept up well, crime does not tend to get in the neighborhood. So your people, please keep your houses up, and please don't litter in your own yard, and keep the vehicles out of all over the yard, and keep the vines out of the windows.
Alderwoman Irving.
I just want to say education is key. I mean, he made a good point there with spade and neuter program. That is true, but education is key. We can place the flyers in the different locations, but until you bring people together, town hall meeting, meeting here at our council chambers, until you bring us together and get them to understand the importance of why animals should be spayed and neutered, then you will have a better response. And I just think education is the key. When you educate people, you alleviate the ignorance they have about the program.
Yes.
And you inform them of the knowledge that they need to be better animal owners. Because some people don't know.
Yes.
You know, you got tether in the animal control, and we have a lot of people that tether animals. And so if they know better, then they do better. But we need to educate them on that.
Yes, we do.
And most times they don't have the funds to do what we're asking them to do, but they want an animal, and they do love the animal.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cozy. Thank you. We now will move back to our regular order of our agenda. I will recognize you, Madam Clerk, for the approval of minutes.
Thank you. The first set of minutes that we are requesting approval is the regular board meeting, which was held on August 9th.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the minutes of August 9th, regular board meeting, pending the approval of Mr. Attorney Callaway.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
So motion has been made by Alderwoman Hall, seconded by Alderwoman Irving. We will call for discussion.
Yes, sir.
Well,
I do have a
yes,
discussion.
Alderwoman Irving.
Okay, I just want to add, in those minutes, I had did a resolution or proclamation for August being Black Business Month. And so that was never, I shared the information, and it was never added to the minutes. I asked that it be placed in the minutes. There were a few things that need to make adjustments on it, but I did bring a copy of it again tonight.
Okay,
And so this was to be recorded in the
we
minutes.
can make sure that that's
Okay,
added.
all
All
right.
right, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
further discussion? We'll call for the question.
Second.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next item.
Second set of minutes would be the regular board meeting, which was held on August 23rd, 2022.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Mr. Mayor, I move that. Second.
Motion has been made by Alderwoman Sarah Carter Smith and seconded by Alderwoman Valencia Hall. We will have discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
I would,
Alderwoman Hall.
ask Ms. Smith that she would amend it to pending review of Mr. Attorney Callaway.
Mr. Mayor, is that a given? I mean,
It is a given that he is supposed to review all of the minutes, but I don't know that he has reviewed this prior to tonight. So it's fine if we want to.
should we have an attorney in the meantime do it? If Mr. Callaway's going to be, is he out for a
Oh,
bit?
no, he's back.
Okay.
He's
All right.
back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We have
Yes,
Mr.
I'll
Tim
amend it for
Cotton
that.
in
Thank
his
you.
place tonight. And I have not
sticking
even
on you.
welcomed you, Mr. Cotton, but we're glad to have you. But thank you. And I'm certain that the minutes will reflect the motion is
Because I
pending
didn't realize
review of the
you
city
hadn't looked at
attorney.
them.
Discussion? We'll call for the question.
Call.
Proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next item.
Next set of minutes would be the special called meeting from September 6th. And this motion would be for the morning work session meeting from that day, because I have another set also from that day for the public hearing.
Pending.
You're
All right.
right, correct.
Say
Pending,
it.
yeah.
Pending approval of the city attorney.
So moved.
Motion made by Alderwoman Smith, seconded by Alderman Davis, I think.
Yeah.
We'll have discussion. Call for the question.
Second.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Mayor,
Next item.
the final set of minutes would be the special called meeting from September 6th, 2022. That would be the evening meeting when we had the public hearing.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I'm sorry, with, the understanding that they'll be reviewed by the city attorney.
Okay. The pleasure of the board. Alderman Davis has made the motion. Did you
Second.
just make it.
So moved.
Second.
He did. I thought he did. Alderwoman Smith has seconded. Any discussion on that motion?
Yes, sir. Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
Alderwoman Irving.
At the special call meeting, it indicated what members of the community had stated, and there were some errors. So I want to second or approve the minutes with corrections being made.
What are the errors? Are
One of them was pertaining to Ms. Mildred Chapman. I don't have it in front of me, directly in front of me. I read it and it was not
they okay?
And I don't want to read what it says. It
I
was
tell you
incorrect
what,
information.
I think we should defer passage of this until your corrections can be provided to the.
Well,
city clerk.
let me borrow your minutes, please, because it's right there. I read it this morning.
Here.
Which one?
September 6th, the evening, the public evening. Okay, it's down to Ms. Mildred Carter's, the first page. You all, public comments. Thank you for sharing your minutes. Okay, we have an error in Mrs. Georgia Collins Oliver. It has George.
Okay.
Error in her name. Ms. Mildred Chapman, it said, she said to the mayor, please do not forget about us when spending tax monies. That's not what she stated. So, I think she's here tonight. If you want her to come and rephrase it,
We
whatever,
can't
but we
do
have it
that.
transcribed, but that's not
We'll
what was
have to
stated.
look at the transcript.
Okay, okay. That wasn't what was stated.
Okay, if we could just ask the city clerk to listen and get it more closely to what Ms. Chapman actually said.
Yes.
All right? That's not difficult. Okay, the question's been called. We'll proceed now to a vote and just asking that the city clerk make those corrections. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. All right, thank you. We will move to Ms. Frankie Legault, our city planner. Ms. Legault.
We're requesting approval of the medical cannabis ordinance. We have added all the other items that are allowed by the state. It's strictly by state regulations. The copy that I gave you, we incorporated what was previously approved for the dispensary, which was in black lettering, and the new information that you were provided is in red. And then if we had any the cross outs that we had to make it work, the ordinance to work. So we followed state guidelines on this. There's nothing that's out of the ordinary that we have added in at all. So the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of these amendments to the Development Code on August the 18th of 2022.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderwoman Hall.
I move to recommend approval of application PC-15 to amend the development code to add other regulations and uses to the proposed 5 highway business and medical zoning district.
Thank you. Alderwoman Hall has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderwoman Smith. Discussion on the motion.
Yes.
Yes, Alderwoman Irving.
Well, I just want to say this. I don't know about anyone else, but I can speak for myself. This is a lot of information to digest. We have 48 hours to really prepare ourselves, and we only had 24 hours. You know, we had a lot of information to read and to have a 5-minute discussion is not enough time for me because I do have questions. As I went out today and I looked in the area and I saw that there were 2 churches there on Highland Boulevard. There's one right near the Village Magnolia House. And I see that there's one up near the unemployment service, Tara Apartments. That's not 1,000 feet.
The 1,000 feet only the footage requirements are applicable to the dispensaries. It's 1,500 feet from schools, daycares, and churches. So that's where the 1,000 feet, the 1,500 feet is. That can be reduced to 500 feet if the entity agrees to it and you have a written recommendation. So, and that applies to dispensaries only. There is not any minimum requirements for any of these other type establishments, such as your labs, the testing labs, or your processing facilities or anything like that because they fall under the health regulations. So there's not a minimum requirement for any of those other establishments.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
And then I have a question. So how many dispensaries will we have?
Well, I don't know
exactly.
exactly.
Because based on information that we've gotten, we're a population, when we were in Jackson, we are a population of 15,000. And it said, based on the population of your community, that would basically determine how many dispensaries we would have. And so that was the question.
The dispensaries right now are only allowed in the B5 district. I tried to do circles, but when I was doing it, the circles were not coming out as complete circles with when I was doing it on the map. But it's very unlikely that we would have very many because it's 1,500 feet from the point of entry to another point of entry. So what happens when they apply, they're going to have to provide a survey that shows that they are that far apart from another dispensary. And that will have to be through, they'll have to go to an architect or an engineer to provide that survey, So just looking at the thing, I would say it was very unlikely that we could have more than 4, and that's just a number that I'm pulling off the top of my head, because if you have one there on Jeff Davis, that's going to cover most of Tracetown, and it's also going to cover part of what's across 61 South. So there may be a little area up by the hospital, but there may be another area down lower until we have any other areas that are B5. Now, that's just the dispensaries because they're the only ones that have the requirement for distance.
Okay. All right. The question has been called. Second, we'll proceed to a vote. We will take a roll call vote. I do want to just clarify, nothing in this is of our creation. This is all state law.
Correct.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Directly from the state ordinance.
So the red words are making sure that our ordinance is in compliance with state law. Okay. Alderwoman Hall.
Aye.
Alderman Frazier.
Nay.
Alderwoman Smith.
Aye.
Alderwoman Irving.
Nay.
Alderman Davis.
Aye.
Alderman Dillard.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Legault. Thank you. And obviously, we are just starting this. Many cities opted out, but we are allowing it in a certain district. We'll see how it goes. It has never been done before in the city of Natchez, so we're making that start. We'll see how it goes. Thank you for all your work, Ms. Legault. You've put a lot into this. I know, and we appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Alderwoman Irving.
I just want to say this. I want members of our community to realize the votes that we take tonight. These will be the votes that will be sustainable for the next 20 years here in our community. It's a lot of barriers there. And so and the reason why I'm saying it is that's why I asked. We just got this 24 hours ago to get more time so that we could actually get to the meat of it. Okay, so that you can get true clarity. And so I couldn't vote tonight because I don't have true clarity and just need further discussion. I want to be proactive instead of reactive. Go back and have to. So I just think more time was needed. And thank you for allowing me to make
Thank you,
my comments.
Alderwoman Irving. Next up, we have James Johnson, Community Development. Mr. Johnson, you're recognized.
Mayor, members of the board, I did provide you with a draft in your packet the other day. The first item to discuss, I'd like to invite Ms. Lynette West also up here. The first item is the 2022 Home Investment Partnership Program, sponsored by the Mississippi Home Corporation. Staff is requesting a motion to work with the planning district on the preparation, submission, and administration of a 2022 home application for an amount up to $600,000 to assist with the rehabilitation and reconstruction of qualified homes in the city of Natchez. The application preparation and administration fees, if the application is funded, will come from the awarded grant application.
What is the pleasure? Motion made by Alderman Davis and seconded by Alderwoman Hall. That was a close one. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Alderwoman Hall.
I think it's a wonderful thing that we're working with Southwest Mississippi Planning and Development. They are the experts in these type of grant applications. And it will benefit, as you said in our last meeting, the neediest of our neediest citizens in this community.
Yes,
Thank you.
it caters towards low-income families. I do want to add, good evening.
Hi, Ms.
It's
West.
2 phases to this application. Phase 1 is where the city applies for the funding. Phase 2 is where we recognize the homeowners and we submit for approval. So it's 2 phases.
Okay.
Can you repeat that again? The first phase?
The first phase is where the city applies for the funding. Once approved and awarded, we can go on to the second phase of qualifying homeowners.
Thank you.
And did you say about the
that's
public
next.
hearing?
That's next.
I do need permission to hold a public hearing before application submittal.
Motion.
Second.
Okay. We have to dispense this motion first. In taking these in order, let's take the first motion first. I'll call for the question.
Second.
Question's been called. We'll proceed to a vote. Do we need a roll call vote on this? No. Okay. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Ms. West, now we need a motion to have a public hearing.
Correct.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Alderwoman Smith and seconded by Alderwoman Hall. Discussion on the motion.
Well,
Alderwoman Irving.
I do want to say, I thank you all for having a public hearing, but it's about time that we do the right thing when it comes to making decisions, and we have a public hearing on all topics. Okay? That's what's going to get true
Recognition, yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, that everybody has that input.
Yes.
I love to hear that and see that, so I truly support that.
Mr. Mayor. This
Yes,
is a federal
Alderwoman.
program, so it requires a public hearing.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
So I'm
Motion
gonna
is
set a
on the
time.
floor.
Yes.
No, let's wait for the paper first.
Call the question.
We'll call for the question. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
West, thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor
And
to
our
work with the
best
city.
to Alan Laird also and all of your
Yes,
staff. Thank you for helping us with
Thank
this.
you.
And tell Mr. Peterson hello.
Will do.
All right.
Thank you, Lynette.
Next item.
Next time, I'd like to invite Mr. Johnny Waycaster to also to join me at the podium should there be any questions concerning the next series of items concerning the bond issues recently approved by the board. First is Natchez Convention Center. Staff is requesting a motion to enter into a professional services agreement with Waycaster and Associates, subject to the review and approval of the board attorney to provide architectural services associated with the proposed renovation of the convention center. Professional fees agreements total $40,000, broken down as follows. Waycaster and Associates $225,000, Convergence Design up to $100,000 allowance, and you see the fine print there. And then Feltus Hawkins Design, interior design, $75,000. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Alderwoman Hall, seconded by Alderwoman Smith. Discussion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alderman Dillard.
I had, I think we'd met earlier, Mr. Mayor, with Mr.
Yeah.
Johnston and Mr. Waycaster, and I've been asking for and would like to receive a copy of these contracts, these professional service contracts on it. And I realize that the city is requesting these design groups to participate in that, but do you have, and will that be available to this board to be able to review their contracts or what their fee structures are?
Mayor and Alderman,
Hi there, Mr.
I do appreciate the opportunity to visit with you tonight. And Mayor Dillard, certainly we will. That if you will allow me just a minute, I think I can help you understand better the breakdown of the fee structure. Context, 22 or 3 years ago when we worked with the city on these same 2 projects, the fee structure at the time, and it was conventional rate, was 8% of construction cost. Today, that, as with everything, the industry has changed considerably. That conventional rate today is around 12%, and that's 12% is the rate that the city has actually employed the last several projects that the city is working on. For these projects, we're asking for a 9% construction cost rate. And that's because of the quantity and the quality plus our history with the projects. We're able to offer that rate. Now, that's the architectural engineering fee structure. What throws it out of kilter as far as understanding or making it look like a big rate, a big fee, is this project, the convention center, plus the next one we'll discuss, the city auditorium, both require specialty consultants. 20-something years ago when we did the convention center, hospitality industry was completely different. Convention center design was pretty straightforward and simple, and no consultants were used. Today, the market is completely different. Convention centers offer a lot of services, a lot of different services, a lot of specialty services. And this one request is for a consultant for specialty convention center design for the purpose of gearing this project to Natchez Convention Center's competition, providing the services, providing the systems that are needed on a specialty basis to make you as competitive as you can be. In working with Mr. Burke, setting up this project budget from the fees from the overall project funds that you had made available, we determined to take a proactive approach to the breakdown, whereas in the past we would have attempted to negotiate a fee structure with the consultant and hope that we can get him for the price that we budgeted for in the project. And in this approach, we've taken a number that we know is safe. In this case, for that convention center consultant, we've earmarked, we set aside $100,000 of that $3 million to make sure that we can get what we need out of a consultant. We anticipate that consultant's cost being more in the $45,000 to $50,000 range, but we wanted to make sure that we're covered so that we don't have to come back to you and say we need additional funds. If we can employ a consultant for $45,000 to $50,000, which we anticipate doing, the additional funds roll back into the construction cost so that it's a contingency fund so that we can better help you manage these construction funds. Same with the Ms. Hawkins services, and the same with the city auditorium, which will require sound consultants, acoustics, and theatrical lighting to get it to where it truly needs to be to provide the services that it needs to provide. So those are all set aside, not so much as a fee that we anticipate paying a consultant. They're blocks of this monies set aside that we can know that we get the services we need and know that we have enough to cover it, and any additional funds roll back into the project.
Would it be fair to look at it more like an allowance?
It's an allowance, certainly.
You haven't entered a contract yet with these, but that's my first question would be, you will enter into a contract with these design services and specialty services.
Our architectural and engineering fee, which is conventional, standard, it's mechanical, electrical, plumbing, architectural, is a straight 9%.
Right.
But
that gives me some comfort in that someone will be overseeing first. Someone will review their proposal to see if it's in line for the services and for the scope of work for which they are.
We'll actually negotiate that fee with the consultant, and we anticipate all four consultants that we'll be negotiating with to be significantly less than the monies that you're looking at right now. And that's not monies that we end up with, the difference. That's money that goes back into the project. We just wanted to make sure that when we go through that process, we're not having to come back and tell you, well, we screwed up. We need another 50,000 here, or 25,000
Well,
there.
that kind of leads me into my next topic. I'd like to discuss why we have the opportunity is that, as we have experienced in the past, and it is very difficult under these economic times to be as precise with cost estimating. But it is very important for governing authorities to be able to be the good stewards of the taxpayers' money, that we are in fact realizing exactly what these costs can be within as much accuracy as you can. What I don't want to have to do, because there will be a point as when this board gets anxious about these projects coming forward, and then if the costs come in 100% over their budgeted amounts, the board's going to say, well, we got to go get some more money, and that becomes a very difficult thing to do, particularly at this level. So my question then is, will you be engaging a cost estimating service or someone that can produce the kind of accuracies that we're going to demand or require? If not, then we have to look at somehow or another the fee structure. Say, for example, if a project comes in 50% more than what it was budgeted for, it begs the question of the fee structure at that point, because it is almost like, ill-gotten gains, is that there were no more ink on the paper, no more prints put out, and nobody else was hired. It was just kind of a windfall in there.
Well, City of Natchez is unique in a lot of ways. It's the only entity we work for that demands a fixed rate. When we say we have a fee of 9%, it's a fee that we derived from an estimate of 9%. And the city doesn't allow us to, that covers, that's no reimbursables. That's if the project comes back and you have to bump it up $100,000, our fee doesn't go. It's a fixed rate. But as far as
on the
managing
construction cost or the estimated cost,
this is on your budgeted construction fund.
Budget.
What we're doing for the first time, that I've worked for the city for many years, you know that, and this for the first time, and it's largely because the industry has changed so much and there's so much uncertainty in the bid process. The first thing that we've done, and we're not even under contract yet, but the first effort that was made was to sit down with Richard and budget the project based on the funds we anticipated, so that we're not just going in and saying, we have $3 million, let's figure out how to spend it as we go. We've got line item budgets. We've backed off for fees. We've backed off for consultants. We've backed off for a contingency to get to a construction dollar that everything is based on, which is, it makes sense. It's logical. It just hasn't been done in the past. It's more of a proactive way of managing the funds. Now, the reality of that is that we're not talking about a $3 million construction project. We're talking about a $3 million overall project, which has to be managed. And
right, there are fees in there.
Interest
and
and
it's the
time.
reality.
Alderwoman Smith has been waiting to be recognized. Alderman Dillard.
Well, one last comment. One, it looks like you're going to be really busy because I see the long list here. And two, we are have the beneficiary of having you here, having designed the facilities, and it's worn very well, and it has remained a handsome structure and an attribute to the city. And so we are fortunate to have you here to put it in its next 20 years going forward.
Thank you. And we do anticipate being busy, but we have a track record and a history with the documents on each one of these projects.
Yes.
Thank you. Alderwoman Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, I'd like to see us lower, I think double on those allowances and almost double on the second one's a little high. Could we lower the first one to 75,000 and the second one to 65,000? That way we're not, that's 35 more thousand we can put in the project.
We can certainly do that. We can play with the numbers back and forth. But the reality is that if we lower them, it's not going to change what we actually engage a consultant for. It's just going to lessen the overage that we have, which in both cases, the funds go back into the construction cost.
It's just hard when they see 100,000 is the full allowance. It just
Well, they
tends
don't,
to-
they
won't see any.
That's
well,
an
it's
allowance.
public
That's-
record, so they can.
Well,
They
definitely
will
find
now.
out. I don't know. I just think they're too high, but if nobody else does, we'll.
I will say,
we can do
Alderman Smith
whatever.
makes a good point. But I also will say this, Convergence Design comes highly recommended. Worked with convention center projects all over the country. Feltus Hawkins Designs, well, the portfolio of work speaks for itself.
Absolutely. Great companies.
Outstanding projects all over the country. So the reputation of both of these is well above anything we could expect.
But Mr. Mayor, if you took into consideration, if they were only charging a 10% fee for the scope of works they're working on, that's $1.7 million, and you got $2.5 million construction budget. That leaves you like $750,000 if you got to deal with air conditioners and roof and big ticket items.
That's not what this is. This is 400,000. This is capped at
You
400,000.
call the question if you want, and that's fine with me, but I'm just saying, as much advice as I can give you is
Yes.
that you need to pay attention to this at this part of the game as opposed to at the end of the game. Thank you,
make
Mr.
a
Mayor.
very good point, Alderman Dillard.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alderwoman Hall.
I think as Mr. Waycaster alluded, he is putting in your convergence figures.
These are not
Estimated
convergence
co-
figures.
I'm sorry.
In fact, Convergence has already played their hand somewhat.
I'm sorry, the
They-
design fee.
Convergence Design is a hospitality architectural firm that specializes in designing and programming convention
Yes,
centers. And they have not quoted a price to us yet. They actually did show their hand, and they came to us, to our attention, through the manager of the group that manages the convention center, who had already had them in town looking at them, and they had proposed a rate that was about half of what this is for their services at the time. I don't know how that compares to what we're doing. I don't know the scope of work comparison yet, but we fully anticipate, and they're not the only ones that we can, if we run into snags and need to, we can come back and discuss other consultants, but the 100,000
Yes, I
is
understand what you're
about.
saying, but my point is, you have worked with the city a very long time, and you're bringing your professional services to us. We have a motion on the floor, and I now call for the question.
Okay. Question? Do I have a second? Second to the call for the question?
Call.
Okay, the question's been called. We'll proceed to a vote. Alderwoman Hall.
Aye.
Alderman Frazier.
Nay.
Alderwoman Smith.
No.
Alderwoman Irving.
No.
Alderman Davis.
Nay.
Alderman Dillard.
I'm trying to figure out where I went on this. Did I?
I just don't.
We're not gonna have some professional services with Mr. Waycaster? That's what this motion is.
Well, no, it's at this double, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Alderwoman Smith.
It's for, 100,000 up to 175. And that's just we just think that's too much. We're going to get a price from them. Why can't we wait until we get the price and then see what it is?
Absolutely. Exactly.
It has nothing
Well,
to do
at
with
this point,
his quality.
The motion has failed.
Nothing.
We
to do
can't
with his quality.
reconsider the motion until the next meeting. And so this does result in a delay.
You
I
can put
would
out a new
suggest,
motion.
no, we can't.
cannot.
Well,
The motion
I'm
passed.
going to have to ask the attorney, Mr. Cotton, what's
The
your
motion is
legal
bad.
opinion on can we entertain a different motion?
No, we can't do it.
I mean, that motion at this rate just failed. Can we entertain a motion where the amounts are different?
I don't think you can, because I don't think you have the
I thought it
different
was
amounts.
3 and 3.
You gotta
No,
bring it back up
I,
next meeting. Can't do it.
Mr. Mayor,
All right.
three
This is
and
what
three.
I would suggest. Mr. Waycaster, to avoid any confusion, make sure that we're not doing anything that isn't proper. Could you please negotiate with these two individuals and come back with another alternative at our next meeting?
I will, but let me explain to Alderwoman Carter's point. the work that they do and the cost for that work is defined by the work that they do. And we don't know what that is yet because especially with the consultant, the convention center consultant, the consultant actually helps determine the scope of work, which determines how much work he does, which until we get started, this is a group out of Kansas City. And when they come down here to look and start meeting, that's when their costs begin, but they're not under contract, so they're not able to do that or willing to do that, and as a result, don't fully understand enough about what they're going to be doing in the programming phase, which starts the project, to give us a firm number on the cost. We anticipate it being between $45,000 and $50,000. This, as Alderman Dillard mentioned, is an allowance. It's not a commitment to them. It's an allowance that we've set aside in your budget to pay them out of, and whatever is not paid out of that, whatever their expenses are not, is still a part of the project.
Mr. Mayor, may I answer?
Yes.
I totally understand all that. I was just thinking the cap was too high, and that's all I was just requesting, that we lowered the cap. And I mean, not that we just work with anybody else, certainly not you. We want to work with you. I want to work with both of these companies. I just think we should, I think we're leaving that cap too high.
All right.
It was.
I think we can move on in the interest of time. And we're only talking about a couple weeks. I'm sorry, Mr. Waycaster, but perhaps we can come back with a lower amount of contingency. And there's always the option, if you're in the job. I know you said you don't want to come back and request money, but there's always that option in the job because, you know.
You don't start out a project telling me, okay, we'll be considering getting more money, or
what I'm just saying is
change orders whenever
we have to do what is required to get the project done properly. But if the board would be more comfortable with a lower contingency, of course, that can be done. So
This is for the next meeting, Mr. Mayor. We need to move on. Getting late.
well, we have the other items.
Let's go.
Are we going to continue with the other items? That's just a convention center.
They're all
Mr.
separate.
Johnson, the next item.
Next item, Mayor, members of the board, Natchez Civic Center 2022 Series B General Obligation Bond Issue. Staff is requesting a motion to enter into a professional service agreement with Waycaster & Associates, subject to the review and approval of the board attorney, to provide services associated with the renovation of the Natchez Civic Center. The professional service agreement totals $27,000. Total project budget is $350,000. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Motion made by Alderman Dillard and seconded by Alderwoman. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think
Yes.
this has any consultant
It does not.
contingencies in it, so it's rather straightforward. And I will say again, having been in that field and actually worked for Mr. Waycaster, a 9% fee structure is very, very modest and in line. If this scope of work was tremendously complicated, involved, I could certainly understand, but a lot of it is updating, refurbishing, and taking on the wear in there. But I don't see any problem with it. I'm just curious how James got 23% contingency. I don't know if that's.
Oh, did I do a mathematical error there
No,
somewhere?
that's just the way it kind of worked out there. The balance of it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll call for
Oh,
the
yeah,
question.
Dave,
The question's been
$1
called.
sign.
Second, we'll proceed to a vote.
Thank you, then.
All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next item, Mr. Johnson.
Natchez City Auditorium. Staff is requesting a motion to enter into a professional services agreement with Waycaster & Associates, subject to the review and approval of the board attorney, to provide architectural services associated with the proposed renovation of the Natchez City Auditorium. The fee structure, the professional services agreement totals $255 and is broken down as follows. Waycaster & Associates, $153. Sound consultants, 3% flat fee, $51,000. Lighting consultant, flat fee, 3%, $51,000. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Alderwoman Hall has made the motion. Second. by Alderwoman Irving. Discussion? Discussion?
Call the
Call
question.
for the question. The question's been called. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item.
2022 capital improvements for bond issue, Natchez Fire Station, Natchez Police Department, Natchez Council Chambers. Staff is requesting a motion to enter into a professional services agreement with Wakehurst and Associates, subject to the review and approval of the board attorney, to provide architectural services for the proposed renovation of the above listed buildings, including Natchez Fire Department, $200,000. That includes Bypass Central and Vaughn, Natchez Police Department, $125,000, and Natchez Council Chambers, $100,000. And again, the professional services fee is $33,000.
So moved.
Motion made by Alderwoman Hall. Second.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Davis. Discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Frazier?
That's 125 for the police department,
Yes, sir.
That is correct.
the renovation. That's for renovation.
That's based on, I think, some preliminary discussion between the mayor and Mr. Wakecaster and Richard and Mr. Wakecaster, correct? And the police and the police.
It
chief.
is with regard to our plan for 911. And I would say that we may need the motion to approve this with the understanding that the plans for the police department need to be held until a final agreement is reached with the county regarding the future of 911. We can go ahead and approve the contract, but with the instruction to the architect not to proceed with the police department portion until that agreement has been reached.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Frazier, is that what you were alluding
Yes,
to?
because I was gonna say that, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't gonna vote on the police department, but I would vote on the fire department. Only way, like I said, I'm glad you expressed that. We're gonna withhold the police department until we get to the agreement with the county. I go along with that. Other than that, I wasn't gonna go along.
Is that, can we amend the motion?
I
to
amend
that
the motion,
effect?
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Second.
And so just a clarification, it is approval of the entire contract with the instruction that no plans proceed with regard to police department until agreement has been reached between the city and the county.
Correct.
On 911.
So, second.
Now, once that agreement is reached, then
We move
architect, please move forward. All right.
That's correct.
Thank you, Alderman Frazier.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Smith?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to read something in Robert's rules that a motion can be at the same meeting which the matter was considered or the next meeting. We can do it, or you can wait till a later meeting. But for for that to be done, someone on the winning side should bring it up, which I was on one of the ones that voted against
Okay.
it, so we can
I tell
reconsider.
you what, we've got to dispense with this motion.
I'm so sorry. I thought we had done that.
We haven't yet,
But, you know,
but I'll recognize you after we dispense.
Thank
with
you,
this
Mr. Mayor.
motion.
Sorry
Thank
about that,
you.
guys.
Got a better memory.
We are still on this motion.
Oh, we
Can I call for the question?
call for the question.
This is regarding the fire station, police department, and council chambers. Can I call for the question?
Call.
Okay. Second?
Second.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Alderwoman Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'd like to vote that we reconsider the previous motion on the convention center with excluding the caps on those, that they would come back to the board for anything going over the 50 and 40. Was it 50 and 40,000?
Actually, it's 50 and 40. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is.
That's the gift.
Mr. Attorney.
Okay.
Before
50
we get
and
there,
40.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Attorney.
Yes,
can-
Alderman Frazier.
Can we legally do that?
I just read Robert's rules.
What's the resolution that she made? Because I think we had already put that off, so we're bringing it back up again. I don't think we can legally do that right now till the next meeting.
Mr. Cotton,
I think if it's properly motioned, you can.
But Robert's rules, I don't think we could bring that back up, if I'm not mistaken.
could we ask Alderwoman Smith to please read this again out of
Where is it at? Because I have
Robert's
Robert rules
rules?
right here. Because it seems like a motion we've had before.
Reconsideration. A motion for reconsideration asks that the body reconsider something that is already acted upon. It must be made either at the same meeting at which the matter was considered or at the next succeeding meeting. Once made, the motion may be referred to a later meeting. In order to act on the motion for reconsideration, either the original matter or the motion on the matter must be on the official agenda of the meeting to comply with open meetings law.
It's-
So,
All right.
and the motion to reconsider may only be made by a member who voted on the winning side of the prior question.
Okay. I tell you, it comes down to whether or not the chair decides to recognize the motion. And as the chair, as the mayor, I do recognize the motion. So the motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Davis has seconded the motion. Is everyone understanding what the motion is? The motion is to proceed with, it is a reconsideration because following the Roberts rules, it has to be made by someone who was on the winning side of the prior motion failing. So the reconsideration is that the motion be passed with that change in the fees.
Did it say at the later meeting or what, or the previous meeting or later meeting? Which one did it state?
Read what it says again so that,
Attorney has.
Yeah.
thank you.
The motion has been either adopted or defeated during the meeting, and at least one member who voted on the winning side wants to have the vote reconsidered. Such a member may make the motion to reconsider. Now, as far as it can be at the same meeting.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
That's why I've ruled it in order. And it has been properly made and seconded. Discussion on the motion.
Just wanted clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Frazier. Alderman Frazier, you're keeping us by the book tonight. We appreciate you.
Y'all keep me.
I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right?
Mr. Mayor, we just want the public to know
Yes,
we're trying
sir.
to do the right thing and doing it the right way.
Thank you so much. We'll call for
I do have.
Alderman.
So essentially,
Y'all, let's have order. Alderman Dillard's
you're
recognized.
essentially going to go to the 50 and the 40, and this is opposed to 175, and negotiate in that line.
And my motion said, and come to us if there is a change in that.
Okay, I'm with you. I understand.
Mr. Mayor, there may not be a change. They
May not.
I know, I hope not. I mean, that'd be great.
We'll call for the question.
Second.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we thank Alderwoman Smith. And we thank you, Mr. Roberts. Next item, Mr. Waycaster, we just can't just gloss by that. Thanks for all that you do for the city. And you put a lot of work into this already, and we're proud to be contracted with you. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Next item, Morgantown Road Drainage and Reconstruction Phase 2, DEQ's 2022 Mississippi Municipal and County Water Infrastructure Grant Program. At the Tuesday, September 6th meeting of the Mayor and Board of Aldermen, staff presented a motion to provide the necessary one-for-one match for this DEQ application, with the city of Natchez contributing an amount not to exceed $340 and Adams County $510,000. Staff is requesting this action be rescinded and that Adams County now contribute $560 in matching funds, noting that the total project cost is $1.797 million, not the original $1.7 million communicated. The city match remains unchanged at $340.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Alderman Davis, seconded by Alderwoman Smith.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Frazier, you're
couldn't we have
recognized.
did both of these at the same time? The motion to rescind and the motion for the engineer and all that, because it's the same project?
Got to rescind it.
That's a good question.
I'm just asking.
Well, we could, but I haven't said anything.
Let's break it down. A motion to rescind. Mr. Cotton, we're really putting you through the paces tonight. Can we do this in one motion or do we need to? I want to tell you, in the time it's going to take him to answer that, we can get two motions.
True.
done. All right. We're going to do that.
Let's vote.
Alderman Davis,
I want to make a motion to approve.
your motion is amended. Your motion is to rescind. All right.
Oh, I did
Second,
that as one.
we'll call for the question.
Call.
We'll move into a vote. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, motion carries. I will now recognize Alderman Davis for another motion, and that is to approve, to amend, actually,
The county's
to amend the earlier action, so that the county's amount is now,
We rescinded.
is now 560,000. Okay.
Second.
Motion's been made by Alderman Davis, seconded by Alderwoman Smith. Discussion? We'll call for the question.
Second.
We'll proceed to a vote. Alderwoman Hall.
Aye.
Alderman Frazier. Alderwoman Smith.
Aye.
Alderwoman Irving.
Aye.
Alderman Davis.
Aye.
Alderman Dillard.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item.
Same project. Proposals for construction engineering and inspection were received at 10 o'clock a.m. on Tuesday, September 13th, 2022. A committee appointed by the mayor and comprised of county, and city staff reviewed the 3 proposals received. Excuse me. With IMS Engineering, Volkert and Neil Schaefer having submitted. Based on the tabulations of proposals by committee members, IMS received the highest cumulative score. Let me flip my page here. Staff is requesting a motion that IMS Engineering provide the needed engineering services for this phase of Morgantown Road project.
What is the pleasure of the
So
board?
moved. Second.
Motion made by Alderman Davis, seconded by Alderwoman Hall. Discussion?
I didn't hear.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alderman Dillard.
I'm just curious. So this is the fees that'll be associated.
That's the engineer that will be working with the city on the phase 2 portion of the project. That's the DEQ portion.
Okay, so this is where I get lost, is that the city's got $340,000 in the road and drainage.
We have not
phase
brought
2.
before the board any type of contract yet. We're waiting for this to submit the application and then see if it's funded first. And then at that time, if it is,
So
we'll
all
go
you're
through
doing
that.
here is awarding the.
We're selecting an engineer. That's it. No contract is coming before the board right now.
He ain't getting paid till then, right?
That's correct. No getting
Thank you,
paid.
Mr. Mayor.
No getting
Thank you,
paid.
Alderman. Thank you. Further discussion? I will say IMS is a fine company and it will be a pleasure to work with them. I'll now call for the question. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor? Do we need a roll call on this, James?
No, sir.
All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Johnson, the
Yeah.
next item.
Yes, sir. FY23 Brownfield Cleanup Grant with the U.S. EPA. Staff is requesting a motion to work with PPM Environmental Consultants on the preparation and submission of a FY23 Brownfield Cleanup Grant for the demolition and cleanup of the city-owned Fry Building with an application not exceeding $1 million. No local cost share required. A summary, you have a summary there if you want to look at. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Alderman Hall has made the motion. Second. Alderman Dillard has second. This is a very important step forward. If we are successful in getting the grant, this will help immensely with the EOLA project and taking down the Fry Building. And I do want to make an announcement tonight, just so that there is no confusion. And Alderman, I need to make you aware of this. We have had meetings with the development team. They have established now a budget of $33 million for the project to renovate the EOLA. That is more than we expected, and obviously it is going to be a large project. We are now working with them and looking at the financing strategy. They have most of that worked out on their end, but as has been done in the past with other projects, there will be a TIF bond strategy. TIF is tax increment financing, portion of the project paid for by the expected sales taxes. Because of the increased amount of the project, it restricts what that TIF bond will be and what will be available for what the parking structure will be. So very likely, we will not be entertaining a parking garage at this time. we will be entertaining taking down the building and creating a very nice parking lot that will still be named after the Fry family. And the parking lot will be very similar, almost identical to the parking lot that was created for loss prevention. And that parking lot will be for the sole use of the Eola Hotel. And the employees will use the parking across the street from the Eola that is currently owned by the Eola investment group. And I think this is going to move us toward a soon to be experienced happy day when we begin the project. So the motion tonight is a very important step forward in our Eola development strategy. And we feel so good about it. The developers obviously feel so good about it that they actually put a banner up today that you may have seen, and are now starting some cleanup around the property. But I doubt that we'll actually see construction until, we hope, first quarter of 2023. Now, that is the most information I have provided in a long time on this project. So it indicates that I'm feeling pretty good. I want to ask everyone to continue to say your prayers and think good thoughts, because this is a big project and we need it to happen. But we do thank all the development team, and everyone knows who they are, and we're just very grateful for that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Alderman Frazier.
ain't nothing wrong with prayer, but the only thing about it, Mr. Mayor, I'm just hoping, we've been let down and hurt so many times by this project. I just hope this project can go forward for the benefit of the downtown area. But like I say, I'm just gonna take a wait and see attitude and see when it's gonna come. I don't wanna get my hopes up too high. But like you say, if you got faith, then I might have a little faith.
I completely understand.
Just a little now.
Yeah.
Not too
Alderman
much.
Frazier, the one thing that is helping it along is the prospect now of the Eola being the partner hotel for American Cruise Lines and the American Symphony, and next year, soon to be christened, American Serenade. So there's some good things in the works. Alderwoman Irving.
I just wanted to ask a question about the environmental site assessment for Simmons Cleaners. Could they be added? Could we do more than one, or?
That is not locally owned, and this has to be owned by the applicant.
Okay.
Come on, James.
All
Is
right.
that state owned, James? Do you know?
It is state.
We'll
Is it
call.
state owned?
We'll call for the question.
Call.
Question has been called. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Johnson, next item.
Silver Street Drainage and Reconstruction Project, DEQ's 2022 Mississippi Municipal and County Water Infrastructure Grant Program. Staff is requesting a motion to serve as applicant and to work with Vulcan Engineering to prepare and submit this application for funding consideration to DEQ, noting that this program utilizes state of Mississippi ARPA monies and requires applicants to utilize their ARPA monies as match, with the match requirement being 1-to-1. The estimated cost for this project is $2.507 million. Staff is requesting a motion for the City of Natchez to pledge in matching funds $1,004,000 utilizing ARPA monies as required by DEQ. And you'll see below a breakdown of the monies, source of monies for this drainage improvement project.
So moved.
Motion made by Alderwoman Hall. Second.
Second.
Second by Alderwoman Smith. At this time, I would actually like to, Madam Clerk, I hope you're prepared for this, but you explained this so well. Because it can be confusing, but we are excited to learn about this grant opportunity made available to us through the Mississippi Legislature and also Lieutenant Governor Delbert Hosemann, which allows for a dollar-for-dollar match. We were already planning to put $750,000 of ARPA funds aside for Silver Street, but because we have an opportunity to go for a full $1 million, it only seems prudent to put another $250,000 to it, so that we don't leave 250 on the table. And so I think I just explained it, but you might want to explain there is a way that we are going to make this up and almost replenish a majority of those funds in the ARPA.
Correct. So,
County.
it's not increasing the budget per se. It's just the rearranging of how this was previously budgeted. Initially, we had 750,000 budgeted from ARPA funds, with the remainder of that actually budgeted to come out of our road bond project. Now we would shift the remainder of that expense to bring the full $1 million back out of ARPA. We do, however, have some things budgeted to come out of ARPA that qualify to now become part of the expenses paid for with the Infrastructure Modernization Act monies. So it would help offset the additional ARPA funds that we were spending, so that you're not completely wiping out unearmarked ARPA monies for future projects.
So we're basically moving from one fund to another in order to be able to apply for this dollar for dollar match at its highest amount.
Right, to be able to get the most out of our ARPA monies with the match and not leave money on the table that would be greatly needed to be able to free up bond monies, Infrastructure Modernization Act monies, et cetera, on other appropriate projects. So, of course, all of this is appropriate expenses coming from other appropriate monies.
All right.
I got a question, Mayor.
Alderwoman Irving.
So where does that play with the 250,000 that we have for the 250,000 that we found for unrestricted money and we added to the opera funds?
So it would take the unearmarked ARPA from 295 to just under 200,000. So it would decrease the amount of unearmarked ARPA, but it wouldn't wipe it out. Is that?
Okay.
But that was added to the 750,000 that in our last budget, that's what we just had. It's 250,000. We found $250,000 for unrestricted funds, and that's how it's written on the budget that we're going to use for the raising of Silver Street. So we had that 250,000 plus the 750,000 that has been allocated.
The way it's currently budgeted is 750,000 created through ARPA. Then the portion that we had to cut off of that, so the 250,000 through the road bond projects. And then we had $1 million from the state, which at that time was unidentified. And had we not been able to identify and receive those funds, we wouldn't have been able to go forward with the project. So it was budgeting and anticipation of securing state funds to help with this. And then we had 500,000 budgeted from the cruise lines, private monies coming in to make up the 2.5 million. So again, it's just shifting the money from the road back to ARPA and then using some of the Infrastructure Modernization Act monies, which is actually what helps pay the debt service on the road bond, to cover some other ARPA expenses to free that up so it's not being wiped out.
One thing that I will say, but we don't want to confirm the amount yet, but American Cruise Lines actually has very recently offered some additional. Okay. He's saying don't say it, but we do have some good news coming in the future. American Cruise Lines is so dedicated to the city of this project, and we'll have some good news about that soon. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The question has been called. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion. Do we need a roll call on this? No. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I have two more items that came up since the board received their
I'm
report.
so
Well,
sorry,
I
Ms.
gave it to y'all
Bartley.
on Thursday.
And
You know,
Ms.
it is
Legault.
Tuesday.
I should have let y'all go first.
No.
All right, Mr. Johnson.
Engineering and landscape design services for Revels Plaza, 2022 Lower Mississippi Delta Initiative Local Heritage Grant through the National Park Service. Staff, with the concurrence of Downtown Natchez Alliance and Zion Chapel AME Church, request a motion to enter into a professional services contract with Neil Schaefer for the engineering and landscape design services to create Rebels Plaza, a public space honoring Senator Hiram Rebels, the first African-American in the U.S. Congress, subject to the review and approval of the city attorney. And the contract will be for an amount not to exceed $55,000, grant amount $25,000, and cities contributing $30,000 from a recent bond issue.
So moved.
Amazing. Motion has been made by Alderwoman Irving, seconded by Alderman Davis, and this is a significant step forward in our project to develop Hiram Rebels Plaza. Thank you. That's exciting. I will call for the question.
Call.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
One more item. Mr. Dollar could not make it this evening. He asked me to present on his behalf. General supply, 6-month general supply bids from 10/1/22 to 3/31/23. At the request of Mr. Dollar, Natchez Public Works Superintendent, he is requesting that the motion to accept the low 6-month general supply bids for street cut, which is utility trench patching, lay down of hot mix asphalt, and street striping be accepted.
So moved.
Motion made by Alderwoman Hall, seconded by Alderwoman Irving. Actually, you're the chair. I will. Alderwoman Irving, we're going to recognize you for that motion and Alderwoman Hall for the second. We will now have discussion. I don't think there's anything much to discuss. It's routine. The question's been called. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnston, thank you. Got a lot done. Got a lot done. We now, Ms. Legault, this should not take very long. So Ms. Legault, you're next. We can check Mr. Dollar off. I think he owes Mr. Johnston lunch. Ms. Legault, your item, first item.
Yes, reluctantly, I'm asking you to accept the resignation of Marty Seibert from the Natchez Preservation Commission. Those of you that know Ms. Seibert, she has served on this commission for 40 years. And as a commission member, but also for a number of years as chair of the commission. When we formed the paint committee back in 2012 to shorten the time period for getting paint approvals, she was one of the 3 people who volunteered to do that. And what we do, we have the 3 people and they can come to the up to our office and they sign off on it if they approve it. Many times she's gone out to the property to look at the paint. People will paint a couple of different paint colors and ask her to come out and look at it. So she will be sorely missed on our commission.
She will.
Yeah.
Well, with reluctance, I ask for a motion.
Reluctantly, I accept Ms. Seibert's
Second.
resignation.
Motion made by Alderwoman Hall and seconded by Alderwoman Irving.
Ms. Seibert has been an asset to this commission. I served with her on that preservation commission for a long time. And she is a tremendous asset to preservation.
She will be
And will
missed.
be missed.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I too would like to make the point that Mrs. Seibert, and having known her and known her family and my family, but that's truly the spirit of volunteerism to have served faithfully for those years. It would be one thing if you were just there for the coffee and donuts, but to engage and take on those tasks and responsibilities. And I certainly hope, Marty, if you're listening, I certainly hope that you'll find something to do with your time. I know you will, but thank you so much for your service to the city of Natchez.
Yes, thank you. We'll call for the question. Question's been called. Proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is to direct me to publish the notice in the newspaper to solicit responses from citizens who are interested in historic preservation and serving on the Preservation Commission. And I gave you a proposed schedule of that. I can get it in the newspaper for Sunday, and it has to be in for a minimum of 21 days. So,
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Alderwoman Hall has made the motion, seconded by Alderwoman Irving. Discussion?
I was
Will-
just, Ms. Mayor,
Yes.
I just was gonna ask, will it be published in the the Bluff City Post as well for 21
Yes,
days.
yes,
It
we
should
can
be.
do that.
Yes, as a rule, actually, it should be on the agenda. As a rule, we
Okay.
do publish them both.
Mhm.
Let's make sure we do. We'll
Thank
call
you.
for the question.
Oh.
We will proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next item. Well, Ms. Legault, I'm checking it all off. All is well. We now finally, after a long await, we get to recognize Miss Sabrina Bartley. Miss Sabrina, may I say you look beautiful, and thank you for being here and taking such patience.
Good evening
And
to
your
everyone, or almost good night.
Close.
It's about time now for us to get ready to say our prayers.
Amen.
I met with the city attorney on this morning, Mr. Callaway, and we had a conversation concerning these two items that I have before you on tonight. I'd like to, he has reviewed these documents, the contracts for the 5311 proposal and the 5310 proposal. This particular proposal takes care of our senior center and our transit, many of the transit operations. So I come tonight to request authorization for these documents to be signed.
Motion made by Alderman Frazier, seconded by Alderman Dillard. We will have discussion. We'll call for the question.
Call.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you for that. This is the 23rd time that this board, for the 23rd year, has approved these contracts from the Mississippi Department of Transportation. It's the 23rd year that we've not had to ask you for any additional funds for the things that we do. And I say thank you for that. I have for you tonight a brief update. And I'm one of those, I'm a visual learner and I like visual things. So I direct your attention to the monitors that are before me. And can I pick this up? Or you got this all? I probably can pick it up. Never mind. Now I got it. I got it. I have it already. So for those of you who may be watching via our Facebook Live and other things, I'm Sabrina Bartley, and I'm the Executive Director for Natchez Transit System and the Natchez Senior Center. The first thing I'd like to draw your attention to, and Dustin, you can start it, is with the Natchez Regional Transportation System. The Natchez Regional Transportation System was built in 2013, 2014, and it is the first regional multifunctional transportation center in the state of Mississippi and is a model for rural transportation in the United States of America. We're extremely proud of it. Our motto is connecting people to everyday life. That is a placard from the front of that particular center. I'd like you to journey with me through the day in the busy life of Natchez Transit System as we once again connect people to everyday life. We start early in the morning at 3:30 in the morning. We have drivers who are out and they're picking up people to take them where they need to go. They start with the lights off, and oftentimes they come back in the afternoon with the lights on. Start with them on and they come in with them again. You will see a couple of photos of some of our transportation services for those individuals who have special needs in particular. The grant that we just approved tonight helps to make certain that these individuals get where they need to go. Is it rolling? Okay. Okay. We have a call center. The call center fields approximately 300 calls in the course of a day, where we dispatch calls, dispatch our transportation drivers all across multiple counties, even all the way to Jackson every day. We have a dispatch center as well. At Natchez Transit System, we like to start your day with a bright smile. We always do that because our receptionists are always going to be excited and happy to see you and greet you. We have a regional maintenance shop that not only cares for our vehicles, but it cares for other transportation vehicles that are in the Southwest area, Vicksburg, Claiborne County, and other places around. Not only that, we have a tow truck so that we do not have to pay people to get our vehicles out of these muddy spots they have to go. We even have partnerships with Natchez Waterworks to take care of some of their vehicles as well when they do not have, when they need something. We have our washing statements. We have drivers on their work routes, and we also have medical routes that we have that are particularly for that. We are not only in the city, but you will see that we are also in the rural areas all over the counties that are around. You have the late evening drivers and the early morning drivers. And you also have our partnership with Delta Rides bus service that is our inner city bus partner. We connect people to everyday life. One of the things that we are attempting to do recently, we hosted several events here in the city. One was a leadership conference, one was a rodeo. We have been recognized, and our employees have received recognition from across the state and the city, and even some national awards. Yeah, there we go. We have transportation that goes to Brookhaven, Mississippi, so that we can connect with the train station that is over there, and also in other areas like that. We have some routes that also go to the airports. We are in many communities, and we have a lot going on, but we're excited about our future endeavors, which is to continue to link all of Southwest Mississippi together on commuter routes, something that we know that is important in our area. The other big thing that we have is that we are in the process of attempting to have our downtown trolley routes operational. We are now partnering to have some drivers who can take care of those routes, and we are looking forward to that. That's Natchez Transit. Let's go to Natchez Senior Center for about a minute and a half, and we will be done. The Natchez Senior Center is located in the Carpenter Building at 800 Washington Street. It provides a central location where senior citizens can meet and pursue mutual interests. We do have a clear vision of change in community services at the Senior Center. The Senior Center, a lot of people think that we only do one or two things, but we have quite a number of items that we provide. They include adult daycare, adult educational classes, arts and crafts, the ceramics. We have seniors in technology. We have health and fitness, nutritional service, home delivery meals, senior activities, senior transportation, specialized transportation, swimming and water aerobics. We have volunteer programs, older Americans advocacy and referral service, veterans fellowship service, community service agencies, and just to name a few. You will see a few days, photos of a few days at the Natchez Senior Center. We love activities. We find any reason to have an activity, like a summer aloha. And then also recently we had a Senior Citizen Sunflower Day, was hosted by Dr. Marie Davis. We also had a Mother's Day and a Father's Day celebration. And then we had one of the most exciting things, the Natchez High School football team came over and hung out with the seniors all day. They played pool and did all kinds of things, and we were so excited about that. There are health and fitness activities that go on at the Natchez Senior Citizen Center. Having said that, that brings me to the announcement of a future endeavor that we are having at the Natchez Senior Center. And that is, we are endeavoring to have a healthy you, healthy community project. And we are creating a brand new senior exercise room that's specifically geared for persons who might not still have their six pack or trying to get it back. And for those individuals who might need exercise in a different way. We want you to come and see what we are doing. I'm employing and inviting and asking for those who know of someone. We are in need of some transportation drivers, and in particular, so that we can try to meet the demand that we have out here in front of me. I know I didn't take as much time as James, and I tried not to, but I also want to take this opportunity to do something that I very seldom get an opportunity to do in public. And that is, I need to thank you all for your support, but I also need to thank the Natchez Senior Center and Natchez Transit team. And it's just a few of them who are here, who worked hard all day and have sat, and I know they're hungry, but I'm gonna do the lunch for y'all. And, okay, you know, I got you, all right? So I want to thank them for their support and for their commitment to service to the community. There is no way that each of you can reach out and touch every person in this community. We have the awesome opportunity of attempting to do that for you. We reach out and touch the community on behalf of the city of Natchez, Mississippi and Adams County. We do that, and we are proud of what we do. These employees for the Natchez Senior Center and Natchez Transit System, from sun up to sundown, is more than just commitment, because it's not about a paycheck, but it's about making a difference. We are a team. We pride ourselves in the work that they do. And all of these things that we accomplish, I cannot accomplish without the awesome team that we have. So I want to salute them, and I want to tell them that I appreciate them, because every year, unlike the other people in the city, they don't know whether they're going to have a job come October 1, just like I don't know whether my salary is going to be paid by the funds. But each year, they are right there putting out everything that they can put out to make it work. And I just salute them for being team players and being awesome and being your arms that reach out and hug the community. That's my report for today.
Wow.
Mr. Mayor.
What can you say? Wow.
Yes,
What can
Alderman
you say?
Frazier. It's getting late, but I want to say this, Ms. Barkley. Ever since I know you, and ever since I've been on this board, you have always came and did an excellent job. Your staff that you have built around you are some of the best people in this community. You have an excellent staff who works good. And let me say this, I got to give them praise too. I just want to say that I'm not trying to get anybody fired, but this year I had an incident. My mother-in-law died, and she died, and my wife Annie fell in the hospital in Vicksburg. She needed a wheelchair because she was oversized. We called it senior citizen. We just wanted to borrow it for a couple of weeks. And one of your, I'm not trying to get by, but one of your employees told us, yes, we have one, and you can use it. And she said, yes, you can use it. And I was like, thank you, because we couldn't find a chair, a wheelchair for that person because she was oversized. And I want to thank you. And like I said, your staff is right on point. Your commitment to this community during the Christmas time is on point. Your commitment to transit is on point. You have some of the outstanding people, Ms. Martin, Mr. Davis, and the young lady back over there that's hiding, and all these young employees that's in here now. They are on point. And I love every last one of them. And like I say, the elderly community, they love you too.
Thank y'all.
And you are a jewel to to the city of Natchez.
There you
So
go.
thank you very much.
Alderman Frazier, you said it well.
You don't
Did
say
you?
nothing.
Alderwoman
I don't
Irving?
want to say anything else, but I would have to
Yes,
say
you do.
this. Thank God for the vision and that your employees share that vision with you. And so that's what it takes. You have to have a vision for growth, continuous growth. 23 years.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am. That's a blessing.
It is wonderful.
Yes.
And
Sustainability.
and a department we never have to worry about.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's right.
I'm sorry we made you stay late. We had no idea it would take this long. We've got to keep plowing ahead. I'm going to say this out of respect for everyone here on this board. I'm going to ask our city officials to keep your reports brief. I will keep mine brief because we do have a very important executive session that we have to have tonight. There is no way around it. So with that said, Alderwoman Hall.
Yes, sir. I move that Mr. James T. West be reappointed to the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners.
Second.
Motion made by Alderwoman Hall, seconded by Alderwoman Smith. Discussion? Call for the question. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you, Alderwoman Hall. Continue your report.
Last week I met with Mr. Smith, the contractor, and Mr. Waitcaster, and Ms. Cole and the mayor at North Natchez Park to look at the restorations of North Natchez Park Community Youth Center, and the restorations are going very well. So thank you, Mr. Waitcaster, and thank you, Mr. Smith and his team as well. There's some settling on Old Smith Lane, and our contractor and the engineer are monitoring this for another month, and Mr. Johnston as well. We're looking at this closely before we finalize the contract with this services. Recreation renewal is underway well. Playground equipment is being delivered at several of our parks, and I think this week, all of our parks will now have the new playground equipment, and multiple teams are here installing all of this equipment. We're now looking at a picture here of Dr. Collins and his team and our personnel from Alcorn's Extension Department, as well as Mississippi State's Extension Department. This is one of the students in Dr. Collins from the Agriculture Department at Alcorn State University. He and his students are doing research at Osceola Community Gardens, and we're looking forward to more endeavors with them. And throughout the year, we will be working with our youth in this community, along with his students, doing research at that community garden. These are students in the ag business department at Alcorn, and the research is in the plant department. So we're looking forward to that. And that concludes my report, Mr.
It's a
Mayor.
great report. Thank you, Alderwoman Hall. Alderman Frazier?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to
Yes,
make
sir.
this quick as possible. First of all, I'd like to recognize this is National Hispanic Month. And I'd like to recognize that. Last Thursday, we met with a company, but I'm not going to go into details and putting up new street lights. The mayor, we're going to discuss that later on. Also, this past weekend, I had the honor and pleasure of attending a promotion ceremony for a young lady from Natchez. Her name is Miss Kashika Dukes. This week, she was given her pin, her badge. She was promoted to Sergeant Major. That is a major accomplishment for a young lady who have dedicated herself to a military service and citizen of Natchez. And also, she was a student of Natchez Adams County High. So congratulations to Miss Dukes. This took place at Concordia Gardens, Miss Cole's place. As I stated earlier in the day, that was, her place over there is a real nice place, and it was really fixed up real decent. Something else, this weekend I attended another ceremony at the Forks of the Road, whereas by Mr. Boxley, who passed out commemorative T-shirt commemorating the forks of the road. This event took place from, I think, from 8 till 8 that morning, no, by 10 that morning to 1 in the evening. And the T-shirts, I think they're on, some of them are on sale now. Like I say, they are very nice T-shirts commemorating the forks of the road. Other than that, Mr. Mayor, like I say, you're going to get into the discussion about the lights that we had to commit, unless you want me to bring it forward now.
If you would like to bring it forward now,
well,
it's on my report.
Yes,
but
that's what I'm saying.
You feel free to bring it forward.
No, sir. Your win is a little longer than mine. So you can bring it forward.
We'll make it brief.
Yes.
All right, Alderman.
Okay.
Alderman Frazier, thank you. Alderwoman Smith.
Just very quickly, I attended a luncheon today that will be the beginning of the Breast Cancer Awareness Month and Paint Natchez Pink put on by Merritt Hospital, and the mayor was there as well. But I just want to remind the public that if you need a mammogram and you don't have insurance, there are funds available, and they're there until they run out at Natchez Regional that are set up for those cases. So please don't not get your mammogram just because you don't have the money to do so. And just contact Merit Health, so they will be able to help you with that. And what was the foundation that have donated this money?
It's Ms. Joyce.
Ivory.
Yeah.
Ivory.
Joyce
I have
Ivory?
it. It is
She's
Joyce
wonderful.
Ivory.
She's wonderful.
An
She's got
amazing lady. Met her
yes.
today.
They just
Yeah.
had the head show.
So her fundraising has raised the dollars for all that. So yeah, $10,000. So take care of your health. That's all.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderwoman Irving.
Well, I just want to mention that she is a member of the best sorority,
Uh-huh.
Delta
I knew that
Sigma
was coming.
Theta sorority. And so that is an awesome job, what she does with that committee to have that those donations to carry that out. And she's also a great speaker. She would go from one location to the other to speak on behalf of that organization as well. And so, yes, we do want to thank her for all that she does. I want to share that I want to ask us, the board, to recognize these members of the community that has passed and gone on, very dear to me, but have been entrepreneurs in the community for a long period of time. And that it beginning with Miss Nancy Passback. She passed away. I know it's been a few weeks now, but I would like to ask that we do the closing in members in recognition and memory of these members, Mr. Heffley. And I just want to say this, Mr. Heffley and I had a pretty good relationship, and so did Ms. Nancy and I, and that's why I'm bringing them up, because they're very dear to me. She's been very supportive of the Monteville Jubilee, but just to the community as a whole, Passback has been. And Mr. Heffley, he left me so many fond memories. However, one that he shared with me, he was truly an entrepreneur, but cared about the people that he served. If he had an issue, it wasn't about replacing anything. It was what he could come and repair and add life to it. And so he was that kind of individual. And that was with everyone that I recommended him to. He did a great job with them, and they felt the same exact way. He has truly been to many homes in the city of Natchez. And I will continue, as long as they're open, to continue recommending people to go to the business. Also, Mr. William Blow. He was one of my community members that when there was a concern, he would always give a call, attend our neighborhood watch. And one of the things that Mr. Blow left me with, and which we're about to do now, and that's with resurfacing the street. He called me 6 weeks probably before he passed, and he said, I'm not able to come to the meetings, but Ms. Irving, this is one of the things that I want to mention. Will you please see to them striping the street? And so my question was, which street are you referring to? He said, all of them. He said, we don't know which side of the street to drive on. So striping is one of the things that he brought to the attention. So again, Mr. Blow, he will be sorely missed. I would also want to make a motion, and I don't know whether or not you're aware, Mr. Cotton, but the attorney was aware of this. Make a motion. So I make a motion to remove the canopy that's affixed to the building on Martin Luther King, and asking that we move that motion so we can move that dangerous structure from that building. It's right at the corner of
Yes,
Canal
I
and MLK.
drove by it today. I
Yes.
did.
We do need a motion for that, Mr.
Yes, we do.
We do, and I believe the motion should, and I'm glad you brought it up. I drove past it yesterday, and I believe the motion should be to instruct the city attorney to seek the legal.
Well, he already has, that's what
He already has
yes.
researched
Yes,
it
sir.
and found the legal
Yes, sir.
process?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
And so make the motion, phrase the motion then that he advised you to.
Okay, so
make.
I move to remove the canopy affixed to the building due to danger structure on MLK.
Okay, we need that addressed,
You
but
need
we
that-
can
you need-
insert that in the minutes.
I'm not sure if
If you
it's
would.
1700,
If-
1717.
If you would just provide that to the
Okay.
clerk in the minutes.
Okay.
And then I would also say, following all legal processes. Because we need to make sure the board is covered that.
Well, Mr. Dollar had
that
reached out to me and said.
we can only do it under legal processes, but it is presenting a danger.
Mm-hmm.
It is in danger of falling.
It's
It has not been adjudicated.
Yes, it is. It's
Mr.
adjudicated.
It is.
Yes,
Oh, it
sir.
is
It's
adjudicated? It is on the
adjudicated.
list?
Mhm. It's
Well,
on the
it
list.
shouldn't, Mr. Mayor, it shouldn't because it's legally it's hanging over the city sidewalk.
It is a danger.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a dangerous
It's-
structure, and that's the
so-
reason why,
Okay, and the motion is to following legal processes. Okay.
to remove.
Do we
that
have a
canopy.
second to that motion? Alderman Frazier has seconded the motion. Any discussion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alderman Dillard.
I'm way behind the curve on this one. I don't know where it is or exactly what it is. I am comforted to some degree that you are, pressing the argument that we need to have, the attorney give it the blessing, because actually even demolition is in some way using taxpayer monies to where a private individual would benefit from it. If they had a structure that they wanted taken off their property, they could just wait for the city to come get it. So we've got to be a little careful about that.
Yeah.
And so, if we're going to find this as a dangerous and improper structure, are we going to find the property owner to try to recover these monies?
We're hoping that's what I've been.
But we've got to put a lien on
It'll
somebody,
be a
because
lien.
what happens is
That's-
we
It
end
is.
up cleaning up everybody's properties, and then ours become neglected, and the same thing with the grass. And then you go to get the liens, and you can't
Yeah.
find them. So
Following the legal processes will.
Thank you,
take
Mr.
care of
Mayor.
that.
And it's
Thank
just a metal canopy. It's nothing but that canopy
It's
that's
easily
affixed to the
seen.
building.
you. When you drive down MLK, you'll see it.
You see it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I-
Alderwoman Smith.
No, it's next to the
initiated
cathedral.
finding
It's right there.
before,
It's
also
blocked
before,
off
has
from the
he
cathedral. It's about
been
25
ticketed?
feet from
I don't know.
Just wondered if he
Okay,
had been
we'll
ticketed.
look into that. We can discuss that with code
Let's
enforcement.
call for the question.
One of the other things
I'm
too.
sorry, the question's been called.
Oh.
We need to now go
Take
to
the
a
vote.
vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. And Mr. Cotton, if you'll get with Mr. Callaway on that, make sure he follows through with what he's researched. Yes, Alderwoman Irving.
I just want to bring to the board's attention that we've received an updated list for adjudication. And I had some properties on here that are not being cut now because they're not on the list, but they are adjudicated properties. And so I just want to, this recorded in the minutes as well. 209, Dr. Martin Luther King, 209, the address 209 North, Dr. Martin Luther King. 29 and 31 Claiborne Street, 714 Monroe Street. Okay, these properties are adjudicated, and that's like 14 in my ward. They're about 9 in Ward 1. And I'll just give this copy so that you can make a copy of. They're no longer on the adjudicated list.
Okay.
And they should be, because this was adjudicated April 26, 2022. We had a public hearing on it.
Okay,
And so they should be.
they should be.
Yes, sir.
Let's make sure we get that list corrected.
Okay.
If you would, make sure that
I'll get-
Mr. Burke gets a copy of
Okay.
that so that he can get with our code enforcement to
Okay.
Mr.
make sure.
And
Okay.
May we just
Um,
ask
yes.
question on those? Yeah, can we please check and see if they've been fined? I mean, we need to start finding, so
We
we
we're
put our
working on that.
whole public works department mowing other people's yards. It's
Oh,
not right.
They are. Oh,
I
whenever
get,
they,
I get why. I'm not saying we shouldn't
whenever
do
they
it, but I'm just
cut,
saying.
they are fined.
But
And
it goes on their
it
lane.
does.
But
and
we need to find them up
we-
front so they'll start taking care of it.
we're working on that process.
Please, thank you.
But we can't go into all those details now. It's 8:45. Alderwoman Irving?
But I do want to say this.
Yes.
We do need to get back to a meeting, Mayor. It's been a year now since we've had this meeting pertaining to these properties to see
Yeah.
whether or not we're getting our monies so that it can be
yes.
placed in a fund. We do need to go back to that meeting again.
We are working on that process. We are. Time, y'all, is that your
That
report?
is my report.
Alderman Davis?
My turn now?
Yes, sir.
October the 15th, Neighborhood Wireless, they will be issuing out tablets and cell phones at Duncan Park. I will give more information. Your salary will have to be $56,000 or less, and they will be paying the phone bill and the tablet bill will pay for the next 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, and some of the things that you can show proof, like with a Medicaid card. If you're a veteran, you can show your statement like that, or Social Security stuff, things like that. That basically,
What's the time frame?
I get the time. I'll
Okay.
put that out. I just in the location right now.
Okay.
And then the other day, I found out that Vicksburg, we need to do this research on, because Vicksburg got a clause in with the state. It's a contract they have that cut some of their grass in their area. So I want to do the research on that as far as seeing how they do it. They got some type of clause. The state cut some of their grass for them. It's included in the state contract though, because the state contract out to they got a contract with somebody, and then they credit for them. Yeah.
Look forward to learning more about that.
Yeah.
All right.
That ends my report.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you. Alderman Dillard?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to update everyone that we worked with Justin on trying to get the kudzu out of the trees on Duncan Avenue, and that we had reached out to Mr. Jenkins, and that will commence on October the 1st. Of course, weather permitting and everything else, we'll be looking forward to that, Mr. Mayor, at beginning the scope of work, to try to bring that property back into a manageable state. So it's one of the historic properties of the city and owned by the city. The other thing, Mr. Mayor, and I think I'd sent this to you in an email, and I want to, I guess in a public way, formalize it, but I'd like to see the city of Natchez contact the Mississippi Department of Transportation and see if we can't get a bargaining with them or along the lines of getting them to brush the medians and the gutters and the bridges. The city of Natchez took on the responsibilities of mowing the medians and some parts of the right of ways, which would normally have been the responsibilities of the Mississippi Department of Transportation. So it would seem that in a reciprocal sort of way that we could get the MDOT people to do more brushing along those ways. The grass is being mowed, but the grass in the gutters is taller than the grass in the grass. So it gets to, I think that it would be to the MDOT's advantage. One, the grit that's not taken off the roadbed greatly accelerates the wear on the roadbed. It impedes the water flow, and it is really unsightly. And we have our tourism season is getting ready to come up. And just maybe twice a year, if you could make contact with them and see if we can't get something for, we're taking care of the medians and we're taking care of a great deal of the right of ways that would normally have fallen under their purview. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Dillard. Thank you. Very good points. We will now recognize the city clerk.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderwoman Hall, sir.
in reference to those dilapidated properties, I have been informing my constituents that I know Mr. Dollar and his staff are pretty much depleted at this point, and he is doing his best to get caught up on grass cutting. So Ward 1 is very well aware that they are cutting now, but they are behind.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Madam Clerk, you're recognized.
I would like to request approval of the 2nd September 2022 claims docket.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Alderwoman Smith, seconded by Alderwoman Hall. Discussion.
Yes.
Alderwoman Irving.
Okay, let me see if I can find the page. I just want to ask, last, 2 weeks ago, we did $1,080 for the limo for Symphony.
Yes.
Did we pay it
Yes.
at that point on the 15th when we had our meeting? Because it's back on the claims docket again. And so is it two separate payments or
It should be
one?
one.
And I can give you the page number. I have it tagged here, but it just. And it's $1,080. So I'm like, is this the same? Or is this different?
I can verify that there wasn't a double payment. You know, if the invoice was submitted on 2 occasions, our accounts payable wouldn't know if she received it twice, that it wasn't 2 different services. So I can.
It's here.
I
And
can
give you the
verify.
page. Okay.
I
Thank
can
you.
find the vendor and look it up,
Okay.
but I will make a note to double check that. And if it is a double payment, we'll pull it and I can report back on that.
Thank you so much, Alderwoman Irving. Any further discussion?
Call for the question.
Any
Question.
other discussion?
Second.
Well, the question has been called. Alderwoman Irving, did you have another one? Because the question has been called. Okay, we're going to proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
What we voting on?
The claims docket.
Small claim docket.
The first item,
Claims.
the regular claims docket. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is request for approval of the 2nd September 2022 mini claims docket.
What is the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
So, second.
Motion made by Alderwoman Smith, seconded by Alderman Davis. Discussion?
I just got
Yes.
one question. The 21,000 for Entergy. Is it all the,
These were accounts payable was out with an illness and had gotten behind, did not get everything on the first docket. So some of these that are typically regular docket items were put on the mini docket just to make sure that we didn't fall behind.
okay.
Thank you. We'll call for the question.
Second.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, motion carries. Next item.
Next item, I've got a couple of different interfund loans. The first one being request for approval of an interfund loan in the amount of $175,000 from the 113 Senior Center Fund to the 125 Transit Fund. This was to cover docket expenses and will be repaid once the MDOT funds are received for the transit fund.
Alderwoman Hall has made the motion,
Second.
seconded by Alderwoman Smith. Discussion? Call for the question.
Call.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Next item.
Okay, next item is a second interfund loan that was in the amount of $24,719.88. This again was from the 113 Senior Center to the 125 Transit to cover biweekly payroll expenses. And again, will be repaid once MDOT funds have been received.
So
All
moved.
right.
Second.
Motion has been made by Alderwoman Hall, seconded by Alderman Davis. Discussion? We'll proceed. Call for the question. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Next item.
Okay, next item, I have several requests for retroactive approval of the repayment of interfund loans. Again, just in the efforts of keeping this fiscal year's loans repaid within this fiscal year.
I would entertain a motion that would approve all of those repayments of interfund loans in one motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Alderwoman Smith, seconded by Alderwoman Hall. Discussion? We will call for the question, proceed to a vote.
Mr. Mayor, I just.
Alderwoman Irving,
I
yes.
do want to say, for the
Certainly.
sake, I know we're running out of time, but to be transparent.
Of course.
I think it would be good that she call them all out.
Oh,
Just for public-
certainly.
Yeah.
If
just
you
to be
will, just
transparent.
read the list very
Yes.
quickly.
Thank you.
So the first one was a repayment of a $3,000 loan from the Initially, the loan was from the general fund to the North Natchez Drainage, so that's being repaid. That loan was initially made on October 26th, then of 2021. The second one is a repayment of a loan initially made on January 3rd of 2022. So the North Natchez Drainage is repaying the general fund for $50,000. The next one, it was an initial loan made on June 28th of 2022 in the amount of $68,000. No, I repaid it on 9/22. The initial loan was made on June 28th. In the amount of $68,000, the 020 gaming revenues is now repaying that to the general fund. Next one is repayment of a loan initially made on July 7th of 2022 in the amount of $100. The 020 gaming revenues will be repaying that, or has repaid that to the general fund. And the last one at this time will be a repayment from the general fund to the 109 casino lease for a loan made on July 13th, 2022 in the amount of $200,000.
All right. And these are basically loans from one fund to another. They are not loans the city has taken from any outside sources. Just want to make sure that's clear.
Correct.
And we are
loans.
just following legalities to make sure everything is done as it should be. Now call for the question. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Request for approval of the following interfund transfers. The first one being in the amount of $26,484 from the 348 2021 Recreation Go Bond Fund to the 126 Recreation Fund. This is to reimburse the payment for the bathroom renovations at North Natchez Park, which was actually part of recreation renovations through the Go Bond, and it was paid from the regular Recreation Operations Fund. So I want to get that correction taken care of. The second one was in the amount of $6,526.75. Again, it is the Recreation Go Fund reimbursing the 126 Recreation Operations Fund as a reimbursement for payment towards the baseball field improvement design phase at Duncan Park, also paid from the incorrect fund.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Alderwoman Hall, seconded by Alderwoman Smith. Any discussion? Call for the question. Proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is request for authorization to opt out of the uninsured motorist coverage on city-owned vehicles. This is routine renewal of coverage. The city has never opted to maintain uninsured motorist insurance.
Pleasure.
So just
Pleasure of the board.
legality.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Alderwoman Hall, seconded by Alderman Davis. Discussion?
Repeat that again. I mean, you're saying we've never paid for uninsured motors for
The city historically
vehicles.
has not maintained uninsured motorist coverage through the insurance because we have other coverage that doesn't really, it would be kind of a double up.
All right.
Call for question.
The question's been called. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Okay. The
Last item.
Last item is I have received the fully executed assignment and assumption agreement with Saratoga Casino Holdings LLC, and just making the request that this contract be spread upon the minutes.
Mr. Mayor,
Before we entertain a motion, Alderman Dillard.
I'll need to, be
recused.
excused, and
Yes.
I will take a break.
All right. All right.
Don't you leave.
All right. Alderman Dillard, let the record show that Alderman Dillard has recused himself and removed himself from the chamber due to a perceived conflict of interest. Alderwoman Hall, we will now entertain your motion.
So moved.
Second.
Alderman Davis has seconded the motion. Discussion on the motion. We'll call for the question.
Call.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Commander, All right, Mr.
He
Tippett,
only thought he got a break.
Yeah, that's right. Quick and
you're
square.
gonna have to call that phone call short. Mr. Attorney, we're glad to have you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Cotton, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to follow from Ms. McKenzie, where she just, and I don't know if Alderman Dillard needs to recuse himself again, but where there was an assignment and assumption
Can you speak a
agreement
little
by
bit louder in the
Saratoga.
mic? In the mic.
I'm sorry. I'm going to follow from Ms. McKenzie
Hold
there.
on, Alderman Dillard. Alderman Dillard, you're going to have to recuse yourself again publicly because this will be another item. But let the record show that Alderman Dillard has returned to the session and now Mr. Cotton has been recognized. No, you're going to have to say it.
Okay. I publicly recuse myself for any discussions out of the preponderance of any impropriety as far as a confidential or conflict of interest.
All right. Thank you, Alderman Dillard.
Excuse me.
Alderman Dillard has recused himself. Alderman Frazier.
Mr. Attorney, this still in reference to the casino?
This is an add-on. It is Alderman Frazier. It's a estoppel certificate that requires authorization for the mayor. I think that the previous,
We'll see what happens.
you should have a copy
It
of it.
was placed on your desk prior to the meeting. It's right there. Right there.
This is an add-on?
It is an add-on.
If we could let Mr. Cotton present it. Mr.
Okay.
Cotton?
Board, basically what this does is it'll before there's going to be before Saratoga accepts the assignment, they're going to want good footing from the casino in the city of Natchez, saying that they're basically in good standing and their lease is in order. My understanding and my discussions with Attorney Callaway is that the Natchez Casino actually went through and the board, I think, approved an estoppel certificate previously with them when they refinanced. And in essence, that's what this is doing when they're assigning and taking over the debt of Natchez Casino. Saratoga is basically getting a certificate from the city saying that they're in good standing and their lease is in order with the city of Natchez.
All right.
So moved.
So moved.
All right. Alderwoman Smith has made the motion and Alderwoman Hall has seconded the motion. Discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Alderman Frazier.
Why it took so long for us to get this?
Alderman Frazier, I can't completely answer that. I understand that Mr. Callaway got it at 1 o'clock and I reviewed it with him shortly thereafter to present to the board tonight. And I do know that there was a short time frame where they're looking to close this on Monday. And in order to close it, they're going to want to have this before they're going to assume the debt.
Okay, I understand it, but this is, I'm just gonna simply say that, these agreements and leases, whatever we get, this is very important to the citizens of Natchez and to the board. I think we should have these things on a timely manner. We've been dealing with this casino for a while now, and I think that we should have had all this in place because from my understanding, they take over October 1, which is Saturday, one of these weeks. So, and for further future, just pass it on to Mr. Callaway for future reference. Please let us get some of this stuff on time.
Thank you. Alderman Frazier, I will speak. This actually came at the last minute to the attorney because it was discovered by the casino that the estoppel granted the prior leaseholder, as mentioned by Mr. Cotton earlier this year, had not been granted to now the current leaseholder. And that estoppel certificate is necessary to close the transaction.
Yes, Mr.
So we're simply doing for them what we did for the
I
other.
understand, Mr. Mayor. But like I said,
Yes.
they've been buying casinos, dealing with casinos for the longest. They should have known they should have had this stuff in here from the start.
Yeah.
I'm just simply saying, let's
Yeah.
throw this on the last
Thank
minute.
you, Alderman Frazier.
Yes, sir.
Point taken.
Call for the
Further
question.
discussion? The
No.
question has been called. We'll proceed to a vote. Mr. Attorney, do we need a roll call on this one or just a voice vote. Looks like a voice vote.
Just a voice.
Will, you would like?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alderwoman Hall,
Aye.
Alderman Frazier,
Aye.
Alderwoman Smith,
Aye.
Alderwoman Irving,
Aye.
and Alderman Davis.
Aye.
The ayes have it, motion carries. We can inform Mr. Alderman Dillard, he can return. Thank you, Mr. Tipton. All right, it's almost time. Well, it is time for the 9 o'clock movie, and I guess the Natchez Mayor and Board of Aldermen are going to be the 9 o'clock movie tonight.
That'd be at 10 o'clock news.
Anyone have popcorn? We will welcome Alderman Dillard back to the meeting. Alderman Dillard, the board did take action regarding an estoppel certificate for Saratoga, along with the other item that was previously voted on under the city clerk's report. So we have now dispensed with that business, and we continue with the city attorney's report.
And I will be quick, Mayor. 2 other items. My understanding in talking to Attorney Callaway is that the cemetery rates are set by the board, and there is a resolution pending reflecting those new rates that need to be made official and placed on the minutes.
So moved.
Alderwoman Hall has made the motion, seconded by, I need a second. Alderwoman
Second.
Smith has seconded it, and Alderwoman Smith, you were making a point.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, is it the state that sets the, and then we have to ratify, or is it literally us? I thought it was, I don't know. Can we clarify that on the?
We can, if you want to clarify that,
What is the
I-
question?
I-
minutes.
What is the question?
I believe it is the city that sets this. I am,
Under state law.
we are authorized under state law to set the price of lots and fees. And what has been recommended is the actual fees that have been in existence for a number of years. There are no increases to the fees, and these fees are everything from opening and closing of graves and lot pricing.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Is there someone that looks at this very carefully?
Yes, we definitely are following the law to the letter. I will now call for the question.
So
So we
again,
I'm
state again,
sorry.
There is
Alderman Dillard.
there are no increases. in
No
fees,
increases.
So.
Oh.
all the way
But
across
we
the-
just, we have to, we have to spread this on our minutes to keep those rates current
Are these,
at the recommendation of our group that manages the cemetery. Alderman Frazier.
are these fees and whatever that for the cemetery plots fee, are these public records where, where the public know?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, anyone can inquire at the city clerk's office, and when we do sell a lot or others, these fees are what we follow.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the city is authorized to do this under the laws of the state of Mississippi and by section 94-29 of the Code of Ordinances of the city of Natchez.
Thank you so much. We'll call for the question.
Call.
We'll proceed now to a vote. Alderwoman Hall,
Aye.
Alderman Frazier,
Aye.
Alderwoman Smith,
Aye.
Alderwoman Irving,
Aye.
Alderman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Dillard.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next item, Mr. Attorney.
One further resolution that's being asked to be adopted and spread upon the minutes regarding the trash collection. And my understanding is, and Ms. McKenzie may be able to explain it a little better, but CPI, there was a contractual increase, and there's a new resolution that you should have that reflects that increase.
Yes, sir. In fact, this was discussed during our budgeting process, and we did prepare the public to expect this CPI
So moved.
increase.
Second.
Alderwoman, I tell you what, if you would, I'm going to recognize Alderman Frazier.
No.
Alderwoman, okay, because he is utility chair.
No.
Alderwoman Smith has made the motion. I'll recognize Alderman Frazier as the second. Okay, we will now have discussion. We will, yes, Alderman Frazier.
Just for for the system. We just want to let you know for the second time that we have already discussed this, and I just want everyone to know there will be a slight increase in garbage fees, and so just be aware of it. It's not just board, it's just something that we had to do by the law, and that was in the contract. We give it our disposal.
And it's an increase of $2.27 per month, and still maintains a reasonable rate. It does. We will now call for the question. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor? No, I have to do a roll call. Alderwoman Hall.
Aye.
Alderman Frazier.
Aye.
Alderwoman Smith.
Aye.
Alderwoman Irving.
Aye.
Alderman Davis.
Aye.
Alderman Dillard.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Attorney, does that conclude your report? And we appreciate your being here. The mayor's report, I told you I would keep this brief. The first item, we have to have an executive session before we can entertain that motion pertaining to the depot. And we will have an announcement regarding the depot project at the end of the executive session, and we will entertain that motion at that time. Discussion on street light conversion. As Alderman Frazier said, as chair of the Public Utilities Committee, he actually met recently with a company, Path, that provided some examples of work they've done around the state to convert lighting in neighborhoods from traditional lighting to LED lighting at a savings and as an improvement for the purposes of creating safer neighborhoods. I believe the chair of our police committee has also met with them. What they have recommended is that the city would issue a request for qualifications that will invite responders who can provide these services to provide their qualifications. So the city would not be obligated to do anything at this moment other than, after looking into this briefly, understanding this could be a real step forward in building safer communities and improving lighting, that the city would consider going through an RFQ process. It will not bind the city to any company. It will not cost the city any money at this point. It will just allow the city to go to a next step of further research and to see what companies want to respond and make proposals. Obviously, we want safer neighborhoods. We want better lighting. And we're seeing that crime can be solved in a more efficient way when LED lighting is present, because LED lighting does not distort the color of a vehicle, for example, or the description of an individual when they are seen on camera or seen visually. Alderman Frazier, I just kind of put it out there. Alderwoman Smith has her hand up.
Let it go on.
Alderwoman Smith.
Go on. She was on that.
No, I was just to say, to elaborate a little more, the savings on the maintenance of the poles would allow us to upgrade to the LED if this works out. Like you said, no obligation. This is strictly exploratory, and you have to do that through the process of an RFQ. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Alderman Frazier.
Yes, like I said, I had to go through the process. Well, I talked to the company, we was talking to the company, and asked them what they did work. Come to find out, they said they've been doing work in Vicksburg and Pearl, Mississippi. What they're going to do, they're going to do some like an assessment and go around and find out exactly how many poles do we have in the city of Natchez that don't have LED lighting. And then what they will do, they will go from there. And from my understanding, these poles that we have poles in the city that's owned by Energy and poles that are owned by the city of Natchez. And the example that they gave me, like in Pearl, they had like, I I think like 3,000 or 4,000 poles. But you had to take the 3,000 or 4,000 poles. They had to assess that and see how much it would cost in order to take down those lights and replace them with new lights. It's going to cost us. But like I say, as I told them, I can only bring this forward to the board, but it's going to be the ultimate decision of the board. Now, as the mayor stated earlier, we are in dire need of lighting, and it's something that needs to be done in the future. But we have to look at our finance and see what we can do as a city. But like as I say, he explained it to him, but some of it, like I say, I'd rather for him to come back and talk to the full board and explain to him, let us get more clarification on what we can do and what we can't do, how much this pole gonna cost us to take down, how much this pole gonna cost us to replace. So, Mr. Mayor, like I say, I'm just gonna we're just bringing it to the board and we can go from there.
Okay.
Please.
Actually not taking down poles,
I
but
mean, not poles, I'm sorry.
upgrading the
lights,
lights.
taking down the lights.
What I would say then, the RFQ will provide a way then for companies that wish to work with us to come in and then provide that research and information. Is that correct?
Yes.
At no cost to the
At no
city.
cost. And I explained to them, they gave the examples of Pearl, Mississippi and other cities, but as.
And I see Vicksburg and
Yeah,
Columbus.
But look, yes, but as I explained to the gentleman, I understand what you're saying about replacing the light, but Pearl is a little more infrastructure, a little more modern than ours.
Yeah.
We are an older infrastructure, we are an older city. So, like I say, my suggestion to the board is that let them come back and give the full board a report and sit down and explain to the full board.
Okay, all right. Would you like for them to come back before we do, or we?
So they come back after.
They'll come back after we do the
Yeah,
RFQ?
yes.
Okay. Yes, Alderwoman Irving.
I just want to ask Snyder, because we have a contract with Snyder. This is not the same thing
No,
because
no.
that's the
That's
way,
not city-owned poles.
that's
Well,
not city-owned
those-
post because they evaluated and this, everything I've heard Mr. Frazier and you say, that's what Snyder did. And so they did an assessment in different
City-owned
areas.
poles.
City poles only?
Yep.
City pole.
They
Yeah,
didn't do energy.
they didn't do energy.
This is a whole new thing.
These are city.
However, Snyder could reply to this RFQ.
Sure, I mean, they want to, but they didn't do that, or, I mean.
Okay.
And they
would
replaced
be
with
a
LED, and that's why we
unusual.
have what we have now,
Right.
and they did a
They
great
did a
project.
very good job.
Absolutely.
And in fact, we are going to be talking to Snyder again with regards to the convention center upgrade and other upgrades of other city buildings. Yeah.
I mean,
Alderman Dillard.
without going too much further into it, I would like to find out more about it. So if we want to talk with these guys, but it certainly sounds like a parallel. And I have to be careful when everybody keeps throwing that out there. No cost to the city, no cost to the city. Is that, that may be the feasibility side. But the way the Snyder thing worked was that you actually were recouping savings that you could invest back in there. So there wasn't real dollars. And you couldn't really look at your reduced electrical bills and say, we've got all this money to spend somewhere, because actually it's paying for their engineering service. So there's a little more to it. I don't know if these guys are like that, but you're right. The city poles.
We'll see. I'll entertain a motion then.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alderwoman.
Can we ask Mr. Burke to clarify anything? Maybe any insight?
I think we've covered it.
Covered it.
I think we've covered it. I actually spoke the talking points that Mr. Burke provided to me.
Also, Mr. Mayor, let me make this.
Yes.
I also asked a question, and I explained to him. I said, this might sound kind of dumb or anything, but I asked him, are there any rebates for the city and for this project? And the gentleman told me he had to look into it.
Okay. I will entertain a motion then that we approve going through an RFQ request for qualifications to select the best responder to then reach a place where we can get more information and actually have a study done at no cost to the city. Do I?
Need a motion?
Yes. Alderman Frazier, you make that motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Alderman Frazier's made the motion. Did we get a motion?
We did.
Y'all, I'm so
He
tired.
made it and I seconded it.
That's right. Wait.
So that's why we were discussing.
Okay. I'm kind of like, yeah, Dustin, I know. All right. Then I will call for the question and we will proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Burke, I think we figured it out. Okay. Okay, thank you. Anything that might result in better lighting in our neighborhoods is definitely worth looking into. This, I'm not going to go into much detail, but I want you to be thinking about it. We are trying our best to get someone in here to develop the theater, to develop more family-friendly activity, to develop putt-putt golf, to develop a trampoline park, to develop a go-kart track or a skate park. And this has not been done before to our knowledge, but we want to be the first in Mississippi to do this. It's been done just in a few places, and we're working to find those places somewhere around the country. And it's called a family entertainment commercial property tax abatement. And what this tax abatement would do is through ordinance, it would define various family entertainment commercial businesses, such as a skating rink, such as a theater. It would provide a minimum investment amount because it would have to be a substantial amount, because we only want to encourage individuals who will develop substantial businesses that will serve our community. And it would provide a 7-year tax abatement on the city portion of their property tax for that increased investment. We would then also approach the county to ask them to do the same. And we think it might open the door for some future development for family entertainment in our city. Kids really need it. Met with a group of ninth graders at the magnet school just last week. They're all over this. And so we're not presenting it. I just want y'all to be presented the idea tonight. The attorney is already investigating this some. Mr. Burke's been doing research, and we're going to involve Ms. Legault. We've already talked a little, but our goal is to bring this forward very soon. Once we pass it, to then market it. Alderwoman Smith.
Just quickly to clarify, it is the current value would still be paid upon its
Yes.
the increase.
That's right.
Correct.
It would be the increase.
The public understood.
If they put $500,000 in to they will still, the taxes are still due on whatever is there now, but that 500,000 investment, those taxes are deferred.
Increasing the value.
That's right. And do y'all think that's a good idea?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, help us find another city that's doing it, because right now we're struggling. And it will be a real novel thing, and maybe we can lead the state in something else. All right. Update on playground. I want to say Alderwoman Hall's already provided that report, but we do have an announcement to the public, and we really would like to ask the media to help us get this across. It is very important that no one play on the equipment until full installation is complete for their safety. It may look like the playground is finished, but a lot has to be done, especially anchoring and the suitable ground material. And once that is all in place, we'll be able to cut the ribbon and people can play. But I believe that playgrounds are cordoned off right now, and they better be. Make sure they are until everything is complete. Because as you can see in this picture, it looks like it's complete, but if you look up close, none of the ground covering is there. It's just been started. Same there. It's just dirt. And we want to make sure everything is good to go. But wow, What a great day to see this finally happen.
Should be complete by November.
Should be complete
The
by
installation,
November,
somewhere in November.
each location. All right. Also, yes, I was going to make the announcement. We've already discussed animal control earlier. We will be having more information on that, but I do applaud all of those who are working with us, especially the board members of the Humane Society, to address that issue. And I want to thank the Natchez Democrat for raising the issue in a prominent way, and also for an outstanding editorial that challenges us all to do better by our animals. And we need to do better because animals are precious. They're defenseless for the most part, and they deserve our care and our respect, and our community definitely deserves more. Updates. We have a community meeting coming up to meet with the artists who will be designing the monument to the U.S. colored troops. Make sure that you come. The meeting is on Tuesday, October 4th. I will not be there, unfortunately, on the 4th, but I will be participating in a meeting on the 3rd. I do want to let you know where I'm going on the 4th. I will be attending on October 4th a national conference on ACT work development. And I have been invited by the Natchez Adams School District to be in attendance at this. If we could stop the announcements that are distracting for the moment, we're not talking about that yet. I'll get to that in just a minute. This is very important. I want everyone to understand that the Natchez Adams School District has been selected for a national award in ACT. It will be ACT Performance and Work Development all through the Fallon Center. And they have asked that I be there on behalf of the city with them as they receive this national award in New Orleans. And so I will be leaving very, very early next Tuesday morning to go to New Orleans and attend that event and attend the conference. And I don't believe I've gotten permission for this yet. And so I need permission to go to New Orleans and stay overnight for this conference.
Second.
All right. Motion has been made by Alderwoman Irving, seconded by Alderman Davis. And I will call for the question. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. I do have to say also, I will then be returning, I believe, for another meeting in Jackson that very week with one of the municipal league boards, but they are paying for the travel and accommodation. I don't have to get any approval on that. We do need approval for a trip to Greenwood Thursday. It's actually Greenwood. Sarah Carter Smith and I are on the board of directors of the Mississippi Municipal League, and we also are meeting on some tourism matters in Greenwood that day. Are you attending that meeting as well?
I didn't know about that one.
Okay, it's a little earlier in the day. I'll let you know. But we need approval for Sarah Carter Smith and I to attend the MML meeting in Greenwood to be held Thursday evening and Friday morning.
So moved.
Second.
Alderwoman Irving made the motion. Alderman Davis seconded. Discussion. All right, we'll call for the question. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion
Mr. Mayor,
carries.
I would like to say
Yes.
one thing. I don't know if the flyer was up there or not, but before you leave that date, October 4th, that's also the tourism.
Yes.
Summit.
I want to just thank
So-
Alderwoman Smith, as chair of our tourism committee, has offered to represent me at that conference, and thank you, Alderwoman Smith. Also,
Everybody's invited.
everyone's invited, and she will be making remarks on behalf of me and the city. I'm so excited about the summit, and it is unfortunate the timing also with the artists. And now we will go with the other announcements, Mr. Hinkle. Part of it is I'm tired. I can't focus on one thing, but one thing at a time. The governor's job fair, we're so excited Ms. Tawana Williams was going to give that update. But this Thursday, we're looking to it forward. They have 50 employers signed up. Is that not fantastic? And so this is Tawana Williams, Workforce Development, working with the governor's office. So we're excited that anyone who wants a job, come out Thursday, 9 a.m. to the convention center. You will get a job. Right now, if you search a 25-mile radius on Indeed.com, there are almost 600 available jobs. If you search a 50-mile radius on Indeed.com, there are over 1,200 jobs available. We have no shortage of jobs in this community, and we have quite a number listed on our city's website. Also, we have brought together a mental health task force. They will be meeting Wednesday, that is tomorrow, right here in the city council chambers, and anyone's welcome to come and listen in. And we're just very excited to have various individuals from our community pulled in to serve in helping provide better resources and better information to our community with regard to mental health. Is that all? And then the very important slide, please join us at 8 a.m. Under the hill to welcome the Viking, Mississippi, for the very first time ever. We are so excited Viking, Mississippi will finally land here. Unfortunately, scheduling has prevented them from hosting any kind of event or tour on board like they had hoped. We hope that that can be arranged at a later date. But so there won't be an official ceremony. It's just going to be a time for us to hold a banner, cheer, and welcome almost 400 passengers as they disembark onto a number of buses for excursions throughout Natchez. So exciting. So exciting. I have also something else very important to let you know. I want to thank Richard Burke, a great program last night, Democracy on Tap. Representative Robert Johnson, and also former U.S. Congressman Greg Harper were in attendance. It's not the last chance. Next Monday evening at 6 p.m., Alderwoman Sarah Carter Smith will host a forum, and the current and former mayors will participate.
I heard about that like yesterday.
What?
Not from you. Somebody at Natchez Coffee Company.
What? Uh-oh. Okay. Someone has dropped the ball. We'll ask Mr. Burt to research that and get back with you. I hope you're available because we have confirmed former mayors and visited with him today. Butch Brown. We have Philip West, Jake Middleton, and also Tony Byrne and myself will be participating. And in 1 hour, we're supposed to tell what it's like to be mayor. With 5 of us up there, 1 hour, I don't. Yeah.
That's not enough time.
This will be an interesting thing.
I mean, I could take up the whole hour. All right. Okay. I think we have covered that. Make sure that you have RSVP'd for the Alcorn State University Gala. Make sure that you have provided your inventory list. Alderwoman Hall has. Some aldermen and alderwomen have said they are happy with the list that Mr. Dollar already has. These were due Friday, but if you haven't gotten them in, we will accept them tomorrow. It is being used as a guide as Mr. Dollar prepares the final list. We will be having a special call meeting very soon. It will be a workshop, and it will be to determine our final list. And we can't do that until you provide your list and input to Mr. Dollar. We can't guarantee that everything you ask for will be delivered. Ultimately, it is the board as a whole, along with the mayor, that will make the final determination of what streets will constitute our 6. I did have a note card that now I can't find. And I'm worried I'm missing something, but I must not be. It's late. We've got to go into executive session.
Who we turn the list into, Ms. Mann?
Bring it to my office. Okay. Tomorrow is the absolute last day. If you are happy with the list, You don't have to do anything,
Well,
but
Mr.
if
Mayor.
you had any proposed adjustments, make sure that you give those to us no later than tomorrow. I want to commend Ms. Hall. She's done a great job. We are coming back to the first item after our executive session.
Before we run
just
off
has
on
to
this road
work
stuff,
that way.
Mr. Mayor, I would like an
Yes,
opportunity to
Alderman
make
Dillard.
some comment. I know you're getting all of these in here. I've looked at my list as well, marked the streets, drove a lot of them. However, there was a process in place that had engineering criteria that made sense out of it. It depended on whether it was a concrete road or an asphalt road, whether, what year it was built, how much traffic service. So I think the criteria is great. The other thing though, Mr. Mayor, and it does for each citizens and taxpayers that live in these different wards, there should have to be just a general sense of fairness that we would equally spend these monies in each ward.
Yeah.
So that one group of citizens and taxpayers don't have to feel like that, they were overlooked.
Yes.
So I think this board has done this in the past, and I would like to maybe if we had a workshop, but a resolution or a motion now that we will fairly distribute these monies equally between the 6 wards.
All right.
Can I get a second?
And-
Second.
Okay, so motion has been made that the funds be equally distributed. Alderman Dillard made the motion. It was seconded by Alderwoman Irving. And
Discuss. I'm confused.
And
now.
so the motion is that when we adopt the final list, that it is equally distributed through the wards.
Why would it not be?
Okay.
But you're not
We
one that
all
needs
have to
eliminate-
realize though, we have major streets,
Major street issue.
And you
a major street that may be a significant expense to one ward, but it serves the whole
Well,
city.
I will withdraw to the workshop, but the spirit of it is
Okay.
there's fairness in it, Mr. Mayor.
I want to say it's late. We're getting really deep into that issue and we can't decide on the streets right now. That is going to come in a workshop, the final list, and the spirit is accepted and we understand. But we have to obviously look at the whole list and make that decision. I do want to say we had hoped to work with the county in doing this together. However, it was a good idea, but in further research, we have found that there are different engineering requirements and criteria to city streets as compared to county roads. And to bid them simultaneously was going to present too cumbersome a process because the bid statistic or the bid characteristics for a city street would be very different from those for a county road. In that dealing with curb and gutter, for example.
city
street
but not
we have
inside
an
the
executive
county.
session.
But
That's
then,
right.
Okay.
that sounds kind of
Motion.
far-fetched though.
Motion has been made. We have to have an open determination. We have to have an executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters
Mr. Mayor.
pertaining to some some issues of employee raises for certain employees that will involve personal and confidential information. We also have to discuss contractual matters pertaining to the depot lease.
So moved. Or is it-
Alderwoman Hall has already indicated she was making the motion. Alderwoman Smith, second. And we'll call for the question called. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. We will report when we get back. entertain a motion to adjourn and ask the clerk to make mention of the time that the motion was made. We want a motion to adjourn the executive session, return to regular session.
So moved. Oh,
Motion made by Alderwoman Smith, seconded by Alderwoman Irving. Any opposed to the motion? Without opposition, the motion passes. We are now back in regular session, and I will give a report. We discussed various issues pertaining to raises for employees and several employees in particular. It was a confidential discussion, but no action was taken. We also discussed matters pertaining to the depot building, the lease there, and various issues pertaining to that lease and what the city will have to do with that building because of a situation that is developed with regard to that lease. And we will make that announcement shortly. But again, no action was taken. Does that sufficiently constitute the report?
Yes,
Mr. Attorney. Okay. At that time, now we do have a report to make with regard to the depot, but we're going to say that first of all, we want to take this in order. I would like to entertain a motion that would provide a $2 per hour increase across the board for all of our police officers
so moved.
of every rank. That motion has been made by Alderwoman Smith. It has been seconded by Alderman Davis. This will be the first raise given to the police officers since the fall of 2018. Is that correct? And we are doing this to show our appreciation for our police force and the dedication they have for putting their lives on the line daily for all of us. And also to make sure that our department remains competitive with other departments. The motion has been made. We'll entertain discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Alderman Dillard.
First of all, I certainly understand and agree with those young patrol officers. And we look at this as a way of recruitment and retainment, to be able to recruit officers, young officers, and to retain officers. I realize that we had budgeted for this, but I still feel that the necessity of it has been, accelerated along the lines that we're not even out of 2022 yet, and the clerk is still going to be receiving claims and invoices to really know how we finish that fiscal year up. And then when we go into, the first quarter of 2023 to see where we are with these finances. So I can support the $2 raise. And as originally budgeted, it was also going into department head raises. And I can see the guys at the $2 raise, because those are basically almost as close to hourly employees as you get in their profession. They're hourly and they're salaried almost at the same time. But for the sake of recruitment and retainment, the $2 raise, I will support that. I will not support departmental head raises, because I think that those can be deferred for the first quarter, at least through the first quarter, or at least till we get out of 2022. So I brought this up during the budget time, and it was assuaged and saying, so, well, we're just budgeted. Well, the other shoe is finally dropped. So that's what I'd like to add to it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you, Alderman Dillard. Thank you. Yes, Alderman Frazier.
Alderman Dillon, would you state that again about the department heads?
Well, I think that's going to be I think that'll probably be a motion to come. That's not the motion on the floor.
It's not the motion on the floor.
The motion on the
Alderwoman
floor was
Smith.
the police officers, but we budgeted also for the desk jobs as well.
It has just been brought to my attention that that the budget did include all employees of the police department. I have to ask a question. When was the last time that all employees of the police department received a raise?
That I cannot answer because I believe in October of 2018,
They
it was
did.
only the officers.
So not
So,
until,
No, all of
so
them have.
No,
I mean, I do want to say
not
that,
during our administration. they haven't.
Wait, I believe Armstrong did. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
But you were on the force then, so you ought to know better than I do, so.
All of them didn't get no raise.
Okay.
I need to amend.
Hold on.
So this is what I want to get straight. It's been brought to my attention that the employees of the police department have not been given a raise in several years. This is what I'd like to suggest we do, because we were just talking police officers. To keep things straight, I think we should stay with the motion at hand, but we can always, after doing further research, we can come back with that motion at our next meeting. Because I wouldn't want us we need to do more research on the employees. We've been so focused on the officers, but we do have quite a number of dedicated employees of the police department, and we don't want to overlook them. But at the same time, I think we would be wise not to rush to that decision right now until we have investigated that matter, since it was just brought to our attention. And so we'll stick with the original motion right now. And then unless someone from the police department would like to speak from any knowledge on
You have a motion
when
on the floor, Mr. Mayor.
the last raise was given to any of the employees. We're not talking police officers, but employees. I mean, just to at least answer that question. Alderman Frazier, you had your hand up. We'll make this very quick.
I don't think so. I think it was just the patrolman. When it was under Armstrong.
So when was the last time the employees got a raise?
It's been a while.
I'd like to
It's been
amend
a
mine
while.
that it's the employees then.
You did?
Yes.
So it
Amend my
definitely
motion.
has been prior 18.
I think it was
Oh,
prior
goodness.
18, but
That's, they need it.
research.
If
I
they have
amend my
not
motion,
received-
if I could have a
Okay.
second.
Second, then.
All right. Alderwoman Smith has
Ben would
amended
have
her
to-
motion.
Ben would have to-
Ben would have to accept it, and he has. Okay. So the motion has now been amended to apply to all employees of the police department and across the board $2 raise. I know it's the first raise the officers have gotten since fall of 2018, but now it sounds like it's been longer for the employees. We are definitely rectifying that.
Discussion, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Alderman Frazier.
All those employees is in the budget now.
That's correct.
So we have budgeted.
No, let me explain this out to you. That's including jailers, court officers.
Not municipal court, that's included
Police.
everyone that falls under the
Oh,
police 100 police department.
Okay, but what department do
The
municipal court fall in?
100, they're 144 municipal
So
court, police.
let me say this, so if you're gonna give everybody a raise up there, everybody should get a raise, but municipal court should get a raise too. If you're gonna put everybody in there, you got to put them in.
I agree with you. They're employees at the police
They
department.
work on the same family today, so.
And
the
I
municipal court
would-
clerk should get a raise. If everybody gonna get a $2 raise, let everybody who work out there.
You
get a
know,
raise.
this is why I said we need to research it. When did the municipal courts last get a raise?
That part I can't answer. I don't have any.
Mr. Cotton, do you have an answer to that?
Time to just check. Make sure it's okay.
I think it's been a while too. Where you're going to get into a confusing issue is labeling what
We
is a
gotta research.
Natchez Police Department employee, because
Okay.
my current understanding is that when they're outside the courtroom, they fall within the purview of the chief, and when they're inside the courtroom, they fall within the purview of the judge.
Okay, we're going to have to
Research
research that matter,
Yes.
Alderman Frazier, but we
Research.
will. We
We
will.
will. And it's not
Uh,
budgeted. so.
Let me say this to you, everyone around there that's there deserve a raise,
Thank you.
so.
Y'all, I will call for the question. Question's been called. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The next item is difficult to take care of. we have 3 employees that we would like to consider. But our system is down and we are unable to obtain the employee identification numbers. Just know that I will be asking the board at our next meeting to approve salary adjustments for these 3 individuals effective October 1. Retroactive to October 1. We'll take care of that at our next meeting in October. But just know I'm not going to let us forget about that. Okay. I now need to make an announcement with regard to the depot project. And as suitable, I think that this comes at the very end because, well, we've had a lot of good news tonight. And so we're going to end just the way we started with some good news. Everyone's been wondering what's going to become of the historic depot and the wonderful restaurant that had been proposed for the depot project. And much work obviously has gone into this in earnest, much expense also on behalf of Churchill Variety. And we are so grateful to the talents and ambitions of Tate Taylor, John Norris, and their investor group. We have, over the last few months, run into some frustrations, and that is, it's just a matter of the math. When you're going to invest significant funds in a restaurant, you've got to make sure that you can accommodate enough people and have enough business to recoup the investment and make a profit. It's just simple economics. The building is small. It is also a historic landmark. And in order to do what needs to be done, much work would have to take place that simply is not possible given the historic nature and protected status of the depot. Everyone's tried, and the Mississippi Department of Archives and History, they have tried, but ultimately there just is not a plan that works financially for that building, for the scale restaurant envisioned by Churchill Variety. So Churchill Variety, over the last couple months, with our assistance, has been researching another idea. And we are pleased to announce, with their permission, that they are now moving the restaurant project to an adjacent parcel of property on the bluff that they own privately. It is the old parking lot that used to be the parking lot for the old Callan building. That parking lot, being private property, is exempt from the historic landmark district, because at the time that the historic landmark district was established, the property owners at that time declined to become a part of the landmark district. And under the state law, no one can landmark your property without your permission. And that permission was not granted. Therefore, a restaurant to the scale of what we envisioned at the depot is now possible on that parking lot property. And it will not be subject to approval through Archives and History because it's not a landmark. It will be subject to approval through the Preservation Commission. And I want to say we are just so excited because we're just grateful. Just a couple of weeks ago, we got to meet Morgan Freeman and give him a key to the city, and that would never have happened had it not been for Tate Taylor, John Norris, and their group. Crooked Letter Pictures means so much to our community. And they have brought millions of dollars of investment to our community, numerous film productions, not just the movies you know, but docuseries, documentaries like Great Escapes that just wrapped season 2 for the History Channel. So I just want to say with great excitement that we look forward to seeing what the next step is and what is to come to our beautiful bluff on that valuable property that is privately owned. And we are excited for Tate and John and for Churchill Variety. There's been a rumor mill circulating, and let that rumor be squashed tonight, that Tate Taylor is not going anywhere, and we're not going to let him, because he and his production company mean too much to Natchez. Therefore, we now have settled on a new strategy. We've been working hard on this, and we have settled on a new strategy for the depot. I believe we're ready to announce what that strategy will be tonight, and to have a motion. But first, I will need a motion that will allow the city attorney to prepare dissolution of the lease agreement currently in place between the city and Churchill Variety on the depot project. Alderwoman Hall has made that motion, and Alderman Davis has seconded it. And this will be a mutual agreement to immediately dissolve that lease agreement so that they can now move on with their new plans. I will now call for the question. I'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The board has been looking at various options for the depot, and this is what I believe the board has chosen or would like to choose to do. It will not have to be in the way of a motion, but it is our desire to very quickly pursue a method of completing the exterior restoration, which is almost complete except for the pavers that surround the building. And also to provide for a way for us to have restrooms available to the public there in the depot, along with a small visitor reception area for visitor information only, and to assist visitors who may be downtown looking for things to do and looking for information on where they can buy tickets or where they can go to catch the hop on, hop off bus or take a carriage ride. Also, we have a desire to create a visitor film experience in the small theater in the depot. And so what we would like to do is ask for a motion that would allow us to apply for a grant through Mississippi Archives and History and their Historic Heritage Program. And this grant would provide the funds to complete the exterior renovation, $75,000, and the interior renovation of just a portion that I've just mentioned to you for bathrooms, a small visitor information area, and a small visitor theater. And it would allow 1,780 square feet, the majority of the building, to be available for future development through an RFP process. And so I will entertain that motion with the city providing a 30% match, a 25% match. which of the 275,000 would equate to about 67. Now we can discuss that. The 30% match would be 82,005. There's a minor difference between 67 and 82,500. You sure?
I would think
You want to go?
30%.
What's that?
Well, we can discuss after.
We discussed the percentage. Tell you what, I'm going to entertain the motion to apply for the grant. After we approve that motion, I will then entertain a motion as to what the city's participation should be.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderwoman Hall?
I move that the city of Natchez apply to the Mississippi Department of Archives and History Community Heritage Preservation Grant Program for the Yazoo and Mississippi Valley Depot building.
All right, thank you. A second?
Second.
Alderman Davis is second. We will call for the question.
Call.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion? I think we need a roll call on this, being as through Archives and History. Alderwoman Hall?
Aye.
Alderman Frazier?
Aye.
Alderwoman Smith?
Aye.
Alderwoman Irving?
Aye.
Alderman Davis?
Aye.
Alderman Dillard?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Motion carries. Now the discussion is what will be our percentage. The minimum percentage is 20% as a match. We could go 25 or 30. We gain more points the higher we go, which strengthens our application. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Mayor, that's exactly what I was going to tell you. From my history being on the board, that weighs a tremendous amount of credibility to a grantee.
Okay. And so what is the number then? We're talking about the difference about 67 versus 82.
25.
25?
Mhm.
Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Alderwoman Irving has made a motion that our match be 25%. Alderman Davis has seconded that motion. We will call for the question.
Call.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Wow, we've done a lot tonight. A lot tonight. I thank you so much. I'll call now for a motion to
So
adjourn. Thank you, Alderman Davis. I know I can count on you. Second?
Second.
Alderwoman Irving has seconded the motion. Anyone opposed to the motion can stay here and enjoy the night. We stand adjourned. Thank